Damn, why does this look so goofy? We're good. We're good. Alright guys, what's up? What's up everybody? I'm gonna keep this kind of simple at first because, you know, I don't want to like dwell too much on an introduction. I don't want to, actually I'm gonna fuck it. I'm gonna get into an introduction and we're gonna chill out a little bit, alright? And then I'm gonna explain to you what we're gonna be doing today and I'm gonna get into it, yada yada yada. But first and foremost, I got sleep, I slept, I'm prepared, I could do this. You know, we're gonna have a good stream today. We're gonna have an informative stream, and I know you guys, I'm like a bad teacher because every stream seems to be like not a lot of fun, not a lot of kick W's, and too much of this teaching shit, right? And honestly, it makes me a bad businessman because as a businessman, you know, these teaching streams, ban Daniel Garcia from my chat. Ban that fucking guy from my chat. You want to sleep in my classroom, then fucking sleep outside. What the hell? Did Neat Feet do that? Did Neat Feet do that somehow? I don't know how. I got no idea how that shit just happened. But yeah, shout out Neat Feet. But yeah, get that guy out of my classroom. You want to sleep, then go fucking sleep outside, bitch. Don't fucking sleep in my classroom. But as a businessman, you know, doing the more entertaining shit and doing the more funny shit and react shit, I guess, I mean, that would be the smarter option, right? But we're going to kind of buckle down and we're going to have another big brain stream where you're going to learn a lot of shit and, you know, depending on how long it takes, you're going to learn some things in this stream. And, you know, maybe it's not a good business move, maybe it's not that good for the channel, but you know what's so cool is that at least for like the next week, I think that'd be fair. I can be pretty flexible about how I stream and not worry that much because that one day you guys donated me a fuck ton, and I don't really have to stress about, you know, like, so that was really nice, right? So I'm not too stressed. I'm just not really stressed, you know? Which means we have a lot of flexibility in terms of what I can do and experiment with and yada, yada, yada. And, you know, if it turns out not to be popular and nobody wants these types of streams anymore, I just won't do them anymore, right? But I think I'm really stressed, if anything. I want to get you guys to start learning about this shit because, let me talk about this a little bit, right? So in the beginning of Infrared, I kind of had this attitude to the community where I was like, fuck the community. You know what I mean? Because, you know, I had to establish a separation between us. And that separation is still there, by the way. But I was just on this kind of thing where I was like, I didn't trust y'all. I don't trust anybody. I don't trust nobody. This is Infrared Collective, me, and then the rest of y'all, whatever. But I think we are entering the stage in Infrared's timeline, which was the same one by the time Stalin made his 1936 Soviet Constitution. And then what did Stalin say? He said, life has become more joyous, right? The age of Sultan Haz the Cruel, I mean, that will never go away. But the community's starting to step up a little bit. You know, I'm starting to look at y'all on your Twitter spaces. I'm starting to see you guys do WordPresses. You guys are doing your own content even. You're doing your own art. You're forming your own reading groups. And you're actually starting to get it. And it's like we're becoming a little more, you know, it's like progress. You know what I mean? Like, I'm still a tyrant. Don't get me wrong. I'm still Sultan Haz the Cruel. So don't get the idea that I'm going to be, you know, I'm going to be letting my guard down. But life has become a little more joyous. We're starting to see the power spread, right? People are becoming a little more empowered. People are becoming more able to understand what this shit is about. And y'all are kind of starting to get it, right? Y'all are starting to get it a little bit. And this is a pretty nice time in the community's history. This is a pretty nice time in general. You're starting to be able to argue with people about it, you know? So this is nice. I like this, right? But with that being said, I still want to keep doing these because I think I want you guys to absorb more. I want you guys to understand more. I want you guys to be able to be equipped with being able to navigate, navigate your way around being able to respond to the people who bring up apparent contradictions in this infrared vision, right? Well, how can you say that communism is conservative when at first glance it appears it isn't? How can you say communism is conservative when it's revolutionary, huh? How do you these like dumb retards who are going to be the subject of today's stream, by the way, who bring up these apparent contradictions, not realizing the fact that the contradiction is imminent. We're not denying there is obviously a very clear modernist and revolutionary history of communism. The point is how to make sense of the way in which they actually unfolded. In light of Marx's original discovery, right? That's all I've ever said. But anyway, without getting too much into that, we're going to do more of these educational streams. We're going to do more of these professor streams where I want you guys to be able to understand this shit and to be able to put it in your own fucking words. So you can take the burden off of me a little bit and start doing your own debates and whatever and talking to people around you and getting the good word of communism out to your peers, your friends, and your coworkers, depending on where you work. Because if you work at Google, I don't really care what your coworkers think. But if you work at a construction site, I think it doesn't hurt to sharpen your blade a little bit and see if you can get people to come around to start seeing red in the same way that we are, Anyway, so today is going to be a educational stream.
Based.
Would you ever do another intro to class or intro to dialectics? Those streams were goated.
No, I don't think I'm going to do them based on concepts. I think that was a mistake. I want to start doing streams based on not concepts, but, things, associations, intuitions. Like, the one I did about communist dictatorship. That's something people care about. Maybe people are like, communist dictatorship. That is a thing, right? So I'm not really going to make them about the concepts. I'm going to make them more about the associations in reality, right? So that's that. And then also, this is not that important news, but Starfield! That I'm going to just remark a little bit as a guy who played Skyrim and shit. Starfield looks like shit, okay? Starfield looks like fucking garbage. Looks like a horrible game. Looks like the most boring game I've ever fucking seen in my life. And yeah, I was shitting on the toilet. Shitting and sitting on the toilet. Watching the whole 15-minute trailer on my phone. And it looked like fucking garbage, okay? And I'm not giving that any more attention after what I saw. That was the most... And I'm going to explain to you a little bit why it looks like shit, why looks like garbage. It looks boring, and it looks like it's devoid of any theme. It looks thematically and aesthetically empty. It looks like a game about an urgent care clinic. It looks like an urgent care clinic made into a game. That's the theme. It's just as dry and boring as a fucking hospital. That's what the game reminds me of. Even the guns look like surgical tools, where you're like a dentist, and you're like... Time to brush your teeth! And it looks really fucking cringy, okay? Looks really bad. There's no theme. There's no aesthetic. And by God, that engine looks horrible. The game looks like shit. It looks like fucking Morrowind, okay? It looks like Fallout 4. Clunky as fuck. Boring as... Oh, God, what a horrible, horrible fucking game. What a horrible aesthetic. And I'm very sure it's going to be boring as fuck. And I'm going to be so glad to not play that game. And I'm starting to get a little happy in regards to video games. I'm like, you know what if I'm missing out on gaming? Isn't there stuff going on in gaming? Because I stopped gaming and I'm like, I must be missing out. No, I ain't missing out on shit. There's nothing going on in the world of video games. I mean, it is dead and done. There's just all fucking down the garbage, right? So yeah, no art direction, and the game looks just boring. And then, there's some details that I'm gonna point out that grind my gears. So I could already tell in that game, it's gonna sound nerdy as fuck, but I could already tell in that game that you can't actually like fly around and just like land wherever you want. Like when you approach a planet, it's a cutscene, and when you take off, it's a cutscene. I mean, those are details. Like I want to be able to do what I want and fly around on the planet like No Man's Sky. And there's another thing that probably noticed as well, is that when you're in space, you can't just get off of your chair and start chilling. And that's something I want to do. I want to be able to get off my chair and run around my spaceship in space. I want that feeling that I'm an explorer and I'm like a nomadic, whatever. And I know they're not going to, it'd be so easy to implement, but they're not going to add those small little things that will make or break the game being playable because they're fucking scum. I hate them.
Educational streams.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. But yeah, it's like, I know they're not going to add that shit because they don't even know what makes a good game. They don't even know what makes something good. They're just like a bunch of fucking soulless robots who are like, oh, I'm gonna make the game according. Fuck you, man. You fucking soulless, robotic, fucking mechanical dumbass. Oh, I just have to make a game where you can fly ships and go on planets and explore. No, that's not. No, the things that matter are the little things. Like being able to park my ship in the middle of the space and just get out and walk around and look out the window and that's what makes a game. Okay, that's what makes a good game. So yeah, gaming is dead, and I'm glad. Good riddance, right? Because video games are fucking satanic and a waste of time. So good riddance. Good riddance. Other news. I watched David Lynch's Dune again, and I liked it a lot. Once again. I feel like a spring chicken. I got all the sleep I needed. And some. I am seriously going to get a hair transplant, though, this summer. I'm not even kidding. I'm seriously happening. And the thing is, that means I'm going to be doing IRL streams in Turkey. Of course, I'm going to have my laptop and my setup and shit, but I have to find a way to like, wear a hat after my transplant, because if I stream with like the redness and all that shit, people are gonna like annoy me about it. Like, you got it. Like, and it doesn't bother me, but the idea that they think it bothers me bothers me. You know what I'm saying? Like, people will just it'll be annoying. I'm gonna wear a hat. I'm gonna wear a hat for a long time. So, but that does mean I'm probably gonna be bald for like half a year. So you're still gonna get bald Haas. Don't make any mistake. You're still getting bald Haas, but I'm not gonna be permanently bald Haas. But that's just assuming that I can get the hair transplant. Maybe I can't get it, right? Because you have to be an eligible candidate to get it. But can you imagine me with a hair transplant? I mean, that would be legendary. I'd be a fucking. I would be able to. I would stream outside naked, wake up naked and just run outside and stream, because I don't have to prepare for anything. I don't have to worry about my hair. Like, you know how much work goes into this? A lot. I'm just kidding. Not that much. But I have to shower and comb it and shit. I don't want to have to do that anymore. So, yeah. No, I'm not fully decided on it, though, to be fair, because I know it is satanic. I know it's satanic. It's a really disgusting thing. It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna rip out my follicles and put them. It's such an ugly, hideous thing to do, right? And I'm really sure that I can like meditate and get my hair back through the power of meditation somehow. I just don't have the time to commit to that. But I'm pretty sure you could do that somehow. Pretty sure if you change your mentality, you can grow your hair
Zoltanius
back.
commits to wearing a turban arc?
Yeah, I might just wear a turban. I might just wear a turban. All right, now we're going to do our palate cleanser, and I'm going to introduce you to what today's stream is about. Okay? So there's a guy, there's a LARPer, anarchist, who calls himself a third position fascist, but they're actually just a degenerate anarchist, psychotic. And their name is Zoltanius. And this is a guy I debated before, about like a year back, once, okay? So this guy's pretty much like a left-com, ultra-left anarchist, whatever, and that was his position, actually. His position was that Stalin and Lenin and the rest were deviating from the original Marx, and he put all these quotes, and not much else. He just quoted things, and I had to like carefully explain to him why he wasn't able to comprehend those quotes or what they actually meant. And I asked him, like, why are you assuming this is what Marx and Engels meant? And when they said this, right? Why are you making the assumption? He wasn't able to respond or give me anything. And it was a very decisive and clear W for me in that debate. Everyone saw it. So the guy, Squidward Tentacope.
Come here, we have a solution for your hair fast.
That sounds scary. I probably will go to Russia, though, when I go to Turkey. He started seething and coping for like months afterwards. Instead of just debating me again, he just started coping and seething nonstop about it. And apparently that has culminated in him making an 80-minute video, which I will admit has pretty impressive production value, right? The video, well, I mean, I don't know if that's a compliment though, because it's like pathetic. It's like, no one's gonna watch it. You're not gonna get more than like, what, 5K views, if even. It's like 80 minutes long. It's really convoluted. And it's just quotes on quotes on quotes on quotes with no demonstration of the ability to synthesize the information in a novel way or in a way that evinces the quality of human individuality. Like, this is like a bot, pretty much. But to break things down, this guy is pretty much, I would call him a epistemic anarchist. Now, what do I mean by that? He'll read a quote which appears to contradict the essence of how it is interpreted because it'll have some key words, or it'll appear to say something when it's removed from its context. And in the same way that an anarchist, upon witnessing some internal contradiction of the state and the law, will immediately abolish the state, Zoltanius elects to decide that the slightest hint of any aspect of a given text that appears to contradict a straw man version of its one-sided interpretation means he can abolish and collapse the actual meaning of that text into an equally one-sided view. So the basic thing that Zolt is doing in his video is that his video is called Communism is Not Conservative. So instead of actually addressing anything that I said, and that includes the way he tried to take like a paragraph or two out of context from my Substack, which we're going to get into as well. But instead of actually addressing my like pretty specific and unique argument, because I did make a specific and unique argument, right? He creates this straw man where I actually just tried to say that Marx, Engels, and Lenin are simply conservative in the intuitive sense. Like, in the same way that, like, fucking Ben Shapiro is a conservative. Like, they're just conservatives who directly espouse family values and directly espouse, you know, a conservative ideology. And that is why I qualify them as conservative. And then the retard, Zoltanius, goes, no, that's obviously not true. And well, we know it's not true. We're beginning from the fact that that's not true. If you actually watched my video, Communism is Conservative, that would be abundantly clear to you. I was not trying to say that communism is conservative in a one-sided sense. Communism is conservative in a dialectic sense. And dialectic, by the way, isn't just an excuse to foreclose the responsibility to have a clear sense of meaning. It just means that while it appears to be the opposite, it in fact actually is that. It's about the difference between the appearance and the essence of something. So my whole thesis for communism being conservative is basically that the revolutionary nature of communism eventually inserts itself into the fabric of historical tradition as being a part of a definite tradition in history. It doesn't accomplish some kind of complete liquidation of history, like a permanent revolution in the case of Trotsky. It rediscovers particularity, rediscovers tradition after the storm settles. But the retard Zoltanius is trying to make it seem like I said there is never a storm, and that it's just you're beginning with a conservative ideology. No, it's not my point. Obviously, communists are beginning with a modernist, revolutionary ideology. Yes. But after that ideology, after the revolutionary aims are exhausted, what happens afterwards is of decisive significance. Now, I responded to his friend's video. His friend didn't want to debate me and bitched out of the debate. And in this video, there is not one time where Zoltanius actually addresses my argument.
Zolt is not the enemy. You need to unite. Black flag, triangular flag on post.
No, he is definitely, he's not an enemy, but he's just a retard, right? An enemy actually has to be a worthy opponent. He's not a worthy opponent. He's just a retard. And I'll debate him anytime, but he doesn't want to debate me because he's fucking scared, right? Anyway, so he created a straw man that I was proceeding from a one-sided perspective. And then this is what he does, right? He gets a straw man that I'm saying communism is just conservative in an unelaborated sense, right? Which is obviously not true because it doesn't account for the fact that it's also a revolutionary tradition, right? Then he goes, here's evidence that actually there's elements of the opposite there. So that means it's just the opposite. Which, again, he's just like, he has the way of thinking and the manner of thinking of a retard, right? He's just a fucking idiot. Now, you're going to ask me, Haz, why am I going out my way to respond to this and do this? Because I don't want to give these people the idea that they're like, oh, Haz has too much clout to pay attention to our true and intellectually complicated criticisms. So we hold the high ground intellectually. No, I'm not going to afford you the illusion that you have any intellectual high ground, right? I will respond to each and every criticism that seems like it's a new criticism, right? Your ideology has no consistency. Clyde, you are a retard. You are an anarchist retard. And your idea of consistency, as I'm going to demonstrate, belongs within the realm of bourgeois, modernistic empiricism / positivism. It has nothing to do, I mean, even from the perspective, as I'll demonstrate, of Guénon's traditionalism, your idea of something being consistent is within the realm of what Dugan and Guénon call the language of modernity. It's the law of identity proper to modernity, specifically expounded by modernity, obviously originating before modernity, but the way in which modernity specifically expounds the law of identity as A equals A. Right? You are not a conservative. You're not even a traditionalist. You're none of the things you call yourself. You're just a fucking anarchist retard. You're an anarchist retard who has a liberal ideology, but you've just flavored it in a certain way. You're part of the whole clown circus of liberalism. That's all you fucking are. I'm an elitist and statist. I'll try again. No, you're a consumer, right? You've chosen to consume the label of elitist and statist, but those are just interchangeable with being a furry, an anarchist, a left com, or any other fucking internet ideology. You're a consumerist. You're none of the things that you think you are. You're ultimately a liberal consumerist. And just like Zolt the retard, right? So no, you're none of the things that you claim you are. Continuing. Thank you so much, Jesse.
:Tanky : Tanky.
That's fine. So, before I actually get in and begin my actual criticism, because I'm just wanting to introduce you to what we're talking about here. And by the way, I think the way I should do that is probably to bring up his little video, right? Just to have it ready. Here it is. Okay. And wow, I mean, there's a lot of work that went in this video, which is unfortunate because I'm just going to shit on it in a pretty short period of time. But yeah, there's a lot of work put into it. It's pretty much going to be completely destroyed. And by the time you finish this stream, you're going to like be absolutely certain this guy's a retard, doesn't know what he's talking about. What else did I want to say before I begin? Yeah, so he doesn't want to debate me. Oh yeah. Another thing. If this guy doesn't fucking actually like decide to respond to this with a debate, he is admitting to the world that he's just surrendered to me. Because if he has objections with the way I tear his video apart, debate me. I'm right here challenging you to a fucking debate. Debate me. Right? Simple as that. We can literally settle it live. Just debate me. I don't know why you're scared of debating me. I mean, you want to get a moderator or something? You had one last time. You can have one another time. Get a moderator. We'll debate about it. I don't need to draw from all these quotes. I know everything that I need to know off the top of my head, mostly. I can break down whatever quotes you want to cite and explain to you what they actually mean. And we'll be fine, right? So, the first thing I'm going to do to begin breaking down this video, and I'm not going to go through every minute of this fucking 80-minute video, by the way. But what I am going to do is I'm going to begin this by giving you a sense of his credibility. So I'm first going to just expose him as like a retard and a dumbass beyond any reasonable doubt, so that you know from the perspective of credibility that, you know, this is not someone who's particularly smart or someone who evinces the ability to articulate any of these quotes that he compiles, right? And that's something that I'm going to be able to show to you pretty quickly, right? And before I do that, when I like buy through getting into the video itself, I want to introduce you a little bit to and I believe, let me just get to the timestamp that I am mentioned in. Okay, I think it's right here. It's, give me other ones too if he mentions me elsewhere. I think I'm only directly mentioned 54 minutes in, and that's where I'm going to begin. And these are the easiest ones to deal with because they're like the most stupid, right? But just from the outset, in case anybody wants to say that my approach, my hermeneutic, is word salad, inconsistent, Frankenstein, whatever. The last thing I wanted to say, I remember it now, is that Zolt not only goes as far as trying to like say that, you know, communism is not conservative, Haas is wrong. Because if that's all he did, I probably wouldn't be as like mean or belligerent or disrespectful and insulting as I am now. Because, you know, criticisms are fine. You can criticize me and try to make the case that I don't know what I'm talking about. You can try to say, oh, Haas, you got it wrong. And I don't think that crosses the boundary of disrespect. But what this retard Zoltanius did in his video is that he directly alleges that actually I don't even believe any of the things I'm saying. I'm being deliberately dishonest and lying to the crowd. You'll see this part of the video. I'm lying to everyone to try and fucking deceive right-wingers into adopting my Marxist red terror, some shit like that. Like I'm just doing this as an act to deceive right-wingers, but in secret I'm actually a satanic, evil, whatever, Marxist. And this is where we have a problem, right? Because something I'm going to insist upon the fact is I've never lied. I've never been dishonest about my views. I've worn them all on my sleeve. I've told you what Marxism means to me in the first place and what it means in general in the first place. So you're going to start coming at my character, calling me dishonest. I'm going to call you a bitch. And he is a bitch. He looks like Squidward. He talks like Squidward. He's a fucking nerd. And in contrast to 99% of American conservatives, his motivation doesn't come from his sense of reality or his gut feeling or his intuition. It comes from an inflated ego of his own lopsided intellect. He has an inflated sense of his own intellect, which is the source of his position. He claims I'm a danger to the American right-wing movement. No, I'm a danger to your own ego. I'm a danger to your own inflated sense of intellect, right? Because I prove and I humble you, Zolt. I castrate you. I'm your fucking daddy, and I humble you. I show you precisely why you'll never be the intellectual that you think you are or that you aspire and want to be. You're not as knowledgeable about me. You're not as well-read as me. You're not as articulate about any of these things that I am. And this is why he's so wounded, right? He says I'm a danger, and I'm bringing red terror. No, Zolt, you're a fucking anarchist. You're no different than leftists at Chaz. You're no different than leftists in general. You don't know how to relate to the majority of Americans. You're always going to be part of some niche extremist cult that relates to society in the same way that anarchists do. You're never going to actually reach out to people like I do and like how Jackson does. Normal people. We actually can reach out to those people. I'm not doing that in this video. This video is going to be for the intellectually inclined, which isn't most people. But I'm revealing the intellect that is behind the ability to actually tap into and relate to ordinary people, right? Which you don't have because you're a fucking pervert and an anarchist. So, to begin this, though, in terms of the differing methodologies and hermeneutics of understanding language. So, right at the outset, this is really easy. This is like the easiest thing ever. Right at the outset, okay? So Zolt's point, his main point of contention is that I get Dugin wrong because what I say about Dugin is not reflecting Dugin's views. But the way in which Zoltanius elects to interpret Dugin, and moreover, the way in which he elects to interpret the words of Marx, Engels, Lenin, yada, 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 comes from an epistemological framework and comes from an attitude toward language that is rooted in what Guénon calls, in Dugin's own words, the language of modernity. And in logical positivism, and positivism in particular. So this is something I'm just going to directly show to you, right? I'm just going to show this to you directly. So this is Dugin. Here's Dugin. It's in his work, Traditionalism as a Language, okay? This is just some introductory shit before I break down the video. So this is Traditionalism as a Language. And in this work, basically, Dugin breaks down, he breaks down what is the language of modernity from Guénon's perspective. And with Guénon, modernity refers to a specific reduction of being and then also language to a specific empty and formalistic understanding of time, the form of time. So it's a formalism, right? And then to get the quote in particular, yeah, here it is. So, modernity, for the modern language, sees the unidirectional main reality as the fundamental mode of existence. The axiom, this postulate in modern language, is not questioned. Time flows in one direction, and that all that exists within time. Everything lies outside time, if you can think of it, is some abstraction, an artificial construction, not having its own genesis. Okay. By the way, we're going to continue to return to this text throughout. But what does this view about time have to do with Zoltanius's understanding of language that is at the outset radically irreconcilable and incompatible with Dugin's view, right? It has to do with the fact that time, in terms of the reduction of language to a unidirectional sense of time that is devoid of teleology, devoid of meaning, and devoid of purpose inherently, time is nothing more than a crystallized, a quantification, if you will, of history within modernity. It's what Guénon calls the reign of quantity. Here, time has no teleology. It flows unidirectionally without goals and tasks. This purely quantitative time of positivists and liberals is maximally close to the paradigmatic of understanding of the basic version of this position within the language of modernity. The positivist approach, typical of classical science, deploys and explicitly reveals the most important role of modern language, the identity of being and time. It is a kind of exemplary discourse, a language tautology, A equals A, that informs us about the structure of the language in which it is uttered. The direction of modern philosophy isolates the parameters of the meta-language of modernity, distinguishing its crystal clear paradigm from the unimportant and distracting details. A striking example here is Karl Popper. So let me translate to you and explain to you what Dugin means there, right? What Dugin is trying to say is that, and he's interpreting here Guénon, but he's agreeing with Guénon. What Dugin is trying to say is that in modernity, we have an understanding of language in which the meaning, let's say, of a given word, or of a given sentence, or of a given expression of thought, is fixed. And it's not only fixed, but it is fixed according to a flat, undifferentiated, and ultimately meaningless space. So, for example, and this is why we arrive at things like positivism, because from the positivistic perspective, in order to interpret, let's say, a given passage by Marx, we have to begin with the assumption that what Marx means is only contained in the form of the text itself, the empty and abstract form of the text itself. We're not able to place it within a wider or even contemporary context. We're not able to discern any meaning that is outside of time. We're not able to discern any universal or essential meaning. We are stuck within the bounds of modernistic time and can only basically draw conclusions about what Marx says, or about what Dugin says for that matter, within this strict arithmetic of precedent. Dugin said this, building off of him saying this, he said this, and we can know nothing about, let's call it, the metaphysical essence of what he's trying to say. We can only, in this psychotically way, foreclose access to what Guénon will call eternity, we foreclose access to the eternity that the meaning actually subsists in, right? And we basically try to do our best to guess what people mean based on a one-sided interpretation of what they had said. So it's this upholding of the law of identity, A equals A, in which words have a fixed meaning and they can only relate to each other arithmetically in regards to those fixed meanings. There's not one central and eternal reference point of all language that is outside of time. Time itself is the arithmetic of quantity. So we are within Guénon's reign of quantity. All of this shit that I'm telling you sounds like schizo shit that makes no sense, which is fine. But your retard leader, I'm addressing the Turd Position, is Zoltanius. He is drawing from these really complicated thinkers that are hard to understand and trying to dupe you into thinking that his positions have their basis in the authority of those thinkers. I mean, even you can't understand those thinkers. What makes you think that retard Zoltanius can? He can't. You don't have to care about someone like Guénon or even Dugin for that matter. But if you're going to invoke the authority of these people, you have to be smart enough and intelligent enough and also mature enough to understand the fact that on face value, these are people who say immensely contradictory and apparently nonsensical things. That's why Anglos will just look at something Dugin says and be like, oh, that's meaningless, right? Because they have an understanding of language that gives primacy to meaning over the form that it takes. Meaning has some kind of precedence. The meaning of a given author's work is not self-contained within any narrow formalization of what they were trying to say. The meaning is primary. The meaning subsists somewhere outside of time itself. By the way, this is just Guénon we're on so far, right? We haven't gotten into Heidegger yet. Now, Zolt does do something that a lot of Anglo-copium retards do within the Anglosphere, which is basically they'll look at an extremely complex and yes, apparently nonsensical thinker like Dugin, who's extremely poetical and extremely let's just call it generous in the manner of lending himself to interpretation. And they'll try and discern some kind of positivistic structure within those thinkers and be like, oh, this is what Dugin means dogmatically, and I'm gonna interpret everything Dugin writes according to this fixed Angloid structure of meaning, right? But Dugin doesn't have that fixed structure. Guénon doesn't have that fixed structure. Heidegger himself doesn't have that fixed structure. You have to impose that on them because by themselves, you're not able to comprehend them. You're not able to lend yourself to the openness of meaning that is contained within their works and their texts because you have terminal Angloid brain. And again, nobody is forcing these thinkers on you. We're just saying, stop pretending to be an intellectual who's evoking their authority because you're in way over your head and you're clearly not equipped with being able to understand anything they say. That's what we're saying. You don't have to. You'd be like, oh, what about the nonsense? Okay, it's nonsense for you, sure. Then stay away from them. Stop invoking their authority and pretending like you understand these people because you don't. You don't understand anything about them. Let's get into some specifics, right? Oh, sorry. Then finally, this is where things take the case, okay? This is where, it takes the cake. Fuck, did I lose it? Did I lose, where is it? Here it is. I don't know why that's all over here. Okay, here it is. All right, perfect. Here it is. Now, it gets worse when we look at Heidegger himself, who in Dugin's own words is probably the most formative and fundamental thinker and most formative influence on Dugin's own thinking. What does Heidegger have to say about language and meaning, and how do we interpret meaning from language? So, in this part of Being in Time, Being There and Discourse Language, I'm just going to read to you what Heidegger says. The fundamental existentialia, which constitute the being of there, the disclosedness of being in the world, are states of mind and understanding. In understanding, there lurks the possibility of interpretation, that is, of appropriating what is understood. Insofar as a state of mind is equiprimordial with the act of understanding, it maintains itself in a certain understanding. Thus, there corresponds to it a certain capacity for getting interpreted. We have seen that assertion is derived from interpretation, and is an extreme case of it. In clarifying the third signification of assertion as communication, we were led to the concepts of saying and speaking, to which we had purposefully given no attention up to this point. The fact that language now becomes our theme for the first time will indicate that this phenomena has its roots in the existential constitution of Dasein's disclosedness. The existential ontological foundation of language is discourse or talk. The phenomena is one of which we have been making constant use already in our foregoing interpretation of state of mind, understanding, interpretation, and assertion. But we have, as it were, kept it suppressed in our thematic analysis. Discourse is existentially equiprimordial with state of mind and understanding. The intelligibility of something has always been articulated even before there is any appropriate interpretation of it. Discourse is the articulation of intelligibility. So, for Heidegger, he's basically laying it out pretty clear. There is, maybe meaning would be too loaded, but there's here a clear primacy of intelligibility before it is given articulation by discourse. So in other words, when Marx says something, the intelligibility of what he's saying is there before it gets articulated within a certain discourse. But Zolt doesn't believe that. For Zolt, the intelligibility is the articulation and the discourse. There's no deeper meaning, so to speak. Everything is just on the surface, and moreover, removed even more egregiously from the historical context and from the context of what he was actually trying to say. No, there's no aspect of Marxism that's empiricist. None. There's no aspect of Marxism that's empiricist whatsoever. Therefore, it underlies both interpretation and assertion. That which can be articulated in interpretation, and thus even more primordially in discourse, is what we have called meaning. So, something that can be articulated in interpretation and in discourse is what Heidegger calls meaning. So there is a precedence of intelligibility before articulation, which means you cannot ascribe a given historical thinker a fixed form of articulation, because the intelligibility that their specific articulation is responding to is precedent. This gives way to an openness of interpretation that Zoltanius claims is nonsensical and impossible and inconsistent and meaningless and whatever, right? But this is the formative thinker of Dugin's own thought. How can you on the one hand try and uphold some knowledge of what Dugin means to say if you don't understand the formative basis of Dugin's thought itself? And anybody in chat, all you have to do is debate me, you fucking pussy. You can't. I will fucking crush you on any of this. So children, sit down and let your teacher actually teach you and break down all of these concepts and ideas and thinkers that retard Zoltanius was abusing and misusing in his stupid fucking video. That which gets articulated as such in discursive articulation we call the totality of significations. This can be dissolved or broken up into signification. Now, this is the most important part. This is the most important part, this whole rest of this paragraph. So bear with me here, guys. I'm going to explain why. Significations, as what has been articulated from that which can be articulated, always carry meaning. If discourse, as the articulation of intelligibility of there, is a primordial existential of discloseness, and if discloseness is primarily constituted by being in the world, then discourse too must have essentially a kind of being which is specifically worldly. The intelligibility of being in the world, an intelligibility which goes with a state of mind, expresses itself as discourse. Here's the part. The totality of significations of intelligibility is put into words. But, here, listen. To significations, words accrue. You hear this, you fucking retard, Zoltanius? But word things do not get supplied with significations. Do you know what that means? It means words are merely a result, an effect of the totality of the significations of intelligibility. The meaning of a word is not the word thing itself. Moreover, for Heidegger, he rejects the Aristotelian view according to which a given word, or let's say a given identity, is between a word and a thing in reality. Heidegger rejects that view. Heidegger also rejects the view that metaphor is merely derivative of this such type of word. For Heidegger, for example, a metaphor, which is relating one signification to another, is itself an identity. You know what that means? It means, to put it in Heidegger's own words, language is the house of being. Language is not simply how we communicate beings, particular beings. Language is itself the house of being. The relation between words themselves constitute the identity, not some fixed external referent that words merely reflect. So meaning is itself a result of the difference posed by language to the world. So, right off the bat, before we even watch the video, Zoltanius is a fucking illiterate dumb fuck. He is literally illiterate. He didn't even know that from a Heideggerian perspective, the way in which he is proceeding, the method by which, the logic underlying, and the reasoning underlying his criticism of what I've said is based in an Angloid, positivistic, ultra-modernistic understanding of language that Heidegger and the traditionalist thinkers like Guénon fundamentally deviate from. And logically, it follows that Dugin himself wholly rejects the positivistic Angloid understanding of the relationship between words and meaning. So yes, if you want to have an understanding of language that is consistent with Dugin or Heidegger or Guénon or any of these other continental kinds of thinkers, you are going to have to deal with the reality of contradictions in interpretation and in articulation. You are going to have to accept that there are contradictions, that there are imminent contradictions. You can give forms of expression that on their face value are completely contradictory, but which reflect the same object. An object is not to be taken in any one-sided sense. If we take an object in a one-sided sense, we are within the tyranny of quantity, the reign of quantity, as Guénon puts it. We are within modernistic time. Only when we establish ourselves as outside of modernist time and into the realm of eternity are we able to actually arrive at something like the truth of meaning. For Guénon himself. For Guénon himself. Again, I know the majority of Zolt's followers are teenage or they're in their 20s, kind of like, you know, basically anarchists and deviants and perverts or whatever, femboys and furries, whatever the fuck. And they're basically not interested in any of this stuff. This is all too complicated for their Angloids' minds to comprehend, and it's all just nonsense to them. That's fine! Stop invoking the authority of these thinkers then. Just stop. Go back to fucking citing Ben Shapiro or whatever the fuck else. Stop. Don't talk about Dugin and Heidegger and all these people you don't fucking understand. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't, on the one side, have this vulgar Angloid understanding of meaning, and then on the other hand, purport to understand thinkers that are radically outside of the confines of what you consider meaningfulness. Cannot have your cake and eat it too. Okay? So that's the introduction to why Zolt is a fucking idiot. With before we watch the video, right? So now we're gonna actually watch the relevant part. And this is 54. Give me timestamps before this that are relevant to me as well, because I didn't watch all of this.
Is materialistic and Maoist. Materialist standard due that of the hierarchy of the invisible worlds has engendered that most typical offspring of the modern spirit, the theory of evolution, with its corollary, the illusion of human progress. But to get the full traditionalist context on nations, I think Alexander Dugin can help us, a figure whom Haas poorly understands. And
so because he says Haas, it kind of sounds like he was responding to something I said. 54, 51.
This would obviously show direct contradiction to the insanity promoted by the atheistic and materialistic analysis of the communist aspirations of an internationalized, borderless world. Marx and Lenin here, when he states, according to Nationalism and nothing, party of the national only as comprehension great.
Yeah, I don't think I mentioned
throughout Eastern Europe. Jealous outburst future and both they could enter a new.
Okay, so I'm 54 right here.
That most typical offspring of the modern spirit.
I mean, look how much editing they put in this video. It's so sad because it's like all this form and editing for such lousy content that I'm just gonna like delegitimize and discredit. Very soon, guys, it's over for Zolt, right? Very soon, it's over. Everything else is gonna be like extra, but like after this specific part, you're gonna realize this guy's a fraud and a retard.
Theory of evolution, with its corollary, the illusion of human progress. But to get the full traditionalist context on nations, I think Alexander Dugin can help us, a figure whom Haas poorly understands. And, of course, he has even claimed in his writings that Dugin's fourth political theory is materialistic and Maoist. As when Haas rhetorically asks, quote, "What if this fourth political theory is none other than Marxism-Leninism itself?" End quote.
That's from the Substack.
That Dugin's fourth political theory is secretly Marxist-Leninist, since, quote, "Not only the adoption of a fourth, but a fifth, sixth, seventh, etc. political theory are already integral to the constantly self-revolutionizing, self-reforming, and self-reconstructing nature of Chinese communism, or Maoism."
Okay, so right at the outset, you're going to ask the question, does Zoltanius engage with the reason why I say this, and then offer an argument, or does he just say that Dugin himself has said things that appear to contradict this on face value? You'll never guess which one he did.
Quote, "While it is no secret, I have written that I believe that Dugin's fourth political theory is basically a form of Russian third positionism, or
You think it's a form of Russian third positionism, you fucking retard? It's like I have my button on the nuclear button right now. I'm saving it for when he actually, like, tries to quote Dugin to support. Such a stupid fucking statement. Because your methodology isn't offering a unique interpretation. You're... Just wait. Just watch.
Or at least more than he lets on. This is reasonable given that Dugin himself has written in Eurasian
I'm showing you this book on this street.
That this neo-Eurasianism is, quote, akin to traditionalism or the third position, end quote.
He didn't read the book! He didn't read the fucking book! Watch! Literally, let me show you this. Let me show you this. Okay, so let me explain to you what Dugin was saying in context. Neo-Eurasianism, as well as early Eurasianism, was conceived by us from the outset as a Russian form of third-way ideology. So far, so good, right? Belonging to the same philosophical family as the German conservative revolution. So, before we get into it, this is how Dugin says they began. And what he means by third way is just conservative, German conservative revolution, which means he's not talking about Franco Freda and the third way thinkers. He's talking about the vague German conservative revolution, which I also draw from, which set itself up as trying to find an alternative between capitalism and what they thought was communism. Now, I've already prefaced and shown in the past how the German conservative revolution thinkers only engaged with Marxism and communism from Lukács. But Lukács is not a correct representative of Marxism-Leninism because Lukács is a neo-Kantian who rejects Engels. So there has never been a true encounter between German conservative revolution and Marxism-Leninism. Keep that in mind. I've said that before and made that argument. We therefore accepted it as a particularly Russian paradigm of a broad anti-modern philosophical and political tendency, akin to traditionalism or third position. Oh, so I guess Zolt was right? Well, inconveniently, he's using this in the past tense. Why is he using this in the past fucking tense? Why was he using this in the past tense? He also gives context. It was part of a large... I've wrote about this in my Substack. By the way, I literally wrote about this. I literally wrote about the context behind this, right? In the 1990s. But what did he write right after? The last important ideological shift in the philosophy of Neo-Eurasianism occurred in 2007 and 2008. This was like a year before he wrote The Fourth Political Theory, when the basic principles of the fourth political theory were laid down. That was the moment of the resolute and irreversible step from Eurasianism as a Russian version of third position to the fourth position. Dugin says that in 2007 and 2008, they made the step out of third positionism. He said originally it was conceived in that way. Later on, they discovered this was not what they were. This was a continuation of Eurasianist ideas, still consisting of anti-liberalism, anti-modernism, and anti-Eurocentrism, the structuralist approach, the multipolarity, but instead of it being a creative synthesis of anti-liberal right with the left, it began to move in a direction thinking beyond all varieties of political modernity. This included transcending the third position, or rather the mixture of the far left and far right that it represented. Beyond liberalism, communism, and fascism. So the fourth political theory has begun little by little to take shape by overcoming the logic and principles of the third way. Instead, inviting those who could... So this is pretty clear that Dugin directly disagrees with Zoltanius that Eurasianism represents a Russian version of the third way. Because while he says this is how it was initially conceived, this is not what it is as of the latest shift in 2007 to 2008. So it's not Dugin's view. Now, you could say, because Zolt is not trying to say that Dugin directly believes this consciously, but that logically speaking, or in a critical sense, it is. Well, that would be fine if it wasn't for the fact that his entire premise for his argument is that the meaning of what a thinker's ideas are only at the surface level of what they consciously are within the realm of their own limited understanding. So basically, he couldn't get away with arguing that, because then his criticism of my interpretation of Dugin would break down. How could you say that I'm wrong about Dugin because Dugin has a limited understanding, in my view, of Marxism, when, according to your own logic, he would also have to have a limited understanding of the third position? If you think Dugin is a third positionist, then Dugin must have some kind of limited understanding of the third way and third position, because he directly says that he has transcended the third position and he's rejected the third position. Now, I do say that Dugin has a limited understanding of Marxism. I specifically have pointed out many times that Dugin's acquaintance with Marxism goes no further than the Soviet Marxism-Leninism, of which he was actually exposed to, in addition to Western Marxism. And I'll get into that later in the stream as well. But that is, I'm not saying that Dugin knows all of this. And
do you have plans to interview Dugin within the near future?
yeah, I do have plans for that. I have not said that Dugin agrees with me overtly. I said, if you were to introduce a broader and more correct understanding of Marxism, this would be Dugin's position. For example, this is what Dugin's position means. This is the essence of his position. It's already contained, my thesis, in Maoism and Mao Zedong thought. That's my thesis. You can't just say because Dugin doesn't call himself a Maoist that I'm wrong, because that presumes Dugin has been exposed to this specific type of interpretation and this specific type of reading. It assumes he's even looked at it this way or even considered it.
And that quote from the European third way.
This alone, this level of distortion of what Dugin said, when like he wasn't talking about in the contempt. Oh yeah, this one. From the European third way to the fourth political theory is only one step. That's also something he took out of context, which we're going to address in its full context. Here. Because it's misleading. Now, we have already proven that by the third way, Dugin does not mean what Zoltanius means. All Dugin means is the German conservative revolution. He's prefaced that in the work, Neo-Eurasianism, right? That I just showed you. So that's what he means by third position. From the European third position to fourth political theory is only one step, because third position and fourth position share the conservative revolution of the Weimar era and Guénon's traditionalism as traditional starting points. So he prefaces what he means by that. He's not saying, and moreover, he's not saying a retard like Zoltanius is just one step away from his own thinking. He is clarifying that the reason he's saying this is because they share the conservative revolution and Guénon's traditionalism. So that's why he's saying this. But then he goes on to say that the step is not easy to take. The fourth political theory is anti-modern, but the nation that is so dear to the representatives of the third position, like Zoltanius, is essentially a modern notion. Just are the concepts of the state and of race. Ladies and gentlemen, Dugin is anti-nationalism. He doesn't believe in nations. He doesn't believe in state, modern notion of the state, and he doesn't believe in race. And this retard, Turd Positionist, is trying to claim Dugin. But Dugin is anti-nationalism. He said in recent Telegram posts that he rejects nationalism and that he's against nationalism. He also doesn't believe in the concept of race. He also doesn't believe in concepts of state. The fourth political theory is against any kinds of universalism and refuses Eurocentrism of any kind, liberal as well as nationalist. Again, if Zoltanius wants to say that this is out of context, you're free to try and argue that. But thus far, you have not proven your ability to understand the deeper meaning of things beyond the surface. Well, Zolt, you fucking retard, here's your surface for you. Dugin rejects nationalism and he rejects race. No, that's not what he means, that's not what he means. But isn't that what you've done to Marx and Engels and Lenin? You've just taken them out of context without any further elaboration? Isn't that what you've done to my interpretations of Dugin and of Marxism in general? So you can't have it both ways. You can't claim some kind of deeper hermeneutic of what Dugin means while also rejecting any deeper hermeneutic for what I mean or for what Marx means or for what Marxists mean in history. You can't have it both ways. So accept everything on the fucking surface or don't. Okay? I mean, this is from the same paragraph this dishonest, lying fucking weasel Zoltanius quoted. From the same paragraph. This is why it's a... please tell me and just use your common sense. Would it be easy to get a third positionist to become a fourth positionist if they have to leave behind all nationalism, all notions of race, and the concepts of state? You really think a third positionist would be on board with that? When I was debating Keith Woods and that other guy, I never even rejected nations or race. All I did was say, like, hey, races don't have to be isolated from each other. There can be some kind of civilization between them. And I was, oh my God, I was saying that Irish people and Somalis could mix. That's the worst thing I could possibly say, according to that community. Well, this is what Dugin says. Dugin rejects nations in general and rejects race. I mean, Dugin's even said shit like an African can become Russian. Just has to learn the Russian language, adopt the Russian culture, and then they're Russian. No problem. He doesn't believe in race. Stop trying to claim this guy as he's your guy. He's not your guy. He's not your guy. Okay? He's not your guy. Yeah, I mean, that's just shit on the... if you want to say there's a deeper textual exegesis, whatever you fucking say that, there's a deeper hermeneutic you need to draw from this, you can't say that, because your whole reasoning and rationale behind the idea that I'm dishonest has been from an extremely one-sided interpretation of Marx, Engels, Lenin, yada, 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 and of what I've said as well, to show how it's contradictory and inconsistent. Well, if you're saying that Dugin believes in nations, that contradicts what Dugin just said right here. Contradicts what he just said, right? Now he says the ethnic traditions of European peoples are sacred, yet ethnic identity is something different from national state and political body. European history was always based on the plurality of cultures and unity of its spiritual authorities. That was destroyed by modernity. And the liquidation of European spiritual unity was part of European nationalism. So they support a new European empire as a traditional empire with a spiritual foundation and dialectical coexistence of ethnic groups instead of nation states. And this is the dividing line. The refusal of any kind of nationalism, chauvinism, Eurocentrism, universalism, racism, or xenophobic attitude. Now, judging from my debate with Keith Woods and his friend, do you really think that they're going to get on board with that? You really think Zolt can get on board with something like this? No, he can't. Zolt is coping like a fucking lying bitch, trying to say that Dugin's actually just a third positionist. Well, if you're going to say, listen, I say Dugin is a materialist. And then you say, well, Dugin rejects materialism. And then I literally address, well, yeah, but this is what he means by materialism, right? And I make a very thorough argument, and I justify it with historical context. What does materialism mean in the Soviet history? What did materialism mean for most Western thinking, and is there a divergence between what Marx meant and what they meant? We're going to get into all of that, right? I get into all of that shit. All of that shit. And I'm able to explain that. But when I ask you the question, how can you call Dugin a nationalist when he says, I'm against nationalism? What would Zolt say? What would he say? How could you call Dugin a third positionist when he rejects the idea that Eurasianism is a special kind of third position or third way, and that it's a form of, it's something they've transcended into the fourth form, that it's not within third position anymore, as it was originally conceived? What would you say? Would you have an argument? Could you say, by default, you would not be capable of saying anything. The reason you couldn't say anything is because you've already foreclosed and cut off the possibility of any hermeneutic. Things are just what they are at face value, and there's no deeper meaning to any of them. The meaning cannot contradict what it appears as at face value. Meaning is not suspended in a living way. Meaning is dead and fixed, and it's under the reign of quantity, as per Guénon. That's your view, right? So you really can't say anything. You're just fucking wrong, you little bitch. You just got destroyed, dude. Okay, now, I'm making a cutoff point. So, I don't know how long that just took. I think it was 10 to 20 minutes. I just exposed this whole video as fraudulent. I mean, just from that alone, just from the use of these two quotes alone to justify the idea that Dugin's a special Russian third positionist, the credibility of this person is gone. Completely gone. Okay? So, yeah, let's continue.
Way to the fourth.
Now, everything else is just going to be fun and extra.
Theory is only one step, end quote. This would also explain his connections to Nazi Maoist Franco Freda and former Waffen-SS member Jean-François Diriart.
What connections are those exactly? The fact that European or Russian intellectuals engage with each other. I mean, do you not know what leftist intellectuals? You don't know who they engage with? Do you know who Heidegger is? You fucking dumbass. Do you know about Carl Schmitt and the way in which all of these thinkers, regardless of their politics, are pretty much having connections with one another? I mean, I could show you what Dugin says about Nazism, because you just said, well, this would explain Dugin's connection to this Nazi, right? But what does Dugin actually say about Nazism? What does he say about it? So I'm probably going to have to just open up the fourth political theory, which I do have open. I think I have open. Yeah, here it is. Okay, I have open one passage I need to use. Okay. So this is just from the fourth political theory, in which he talks, in German National Socialism, the historical subject is the Aryan race, which according to the racists carries out eternal struggle against the subhuman races. The appalling consequences of this ideology are too well known to dwell upon. However, it was the original definition of a historical subject that was at the heart of the Nazis' criminal practices. Keep in mind, he doesn't talk about communism in the way he does talk about Nazism. He condemns the Nazis as racists and criminals and engaging in appalling whatever. He doesn't. When you look at his critique of Marxism, they are comparatively far more tame, which I'm going to show you, and which is also consistent with everything I've said already, right? But yeah. So, okay, I just show you right here, right above, right? He says, the historical subject of the second political theory is class. The class struggle society is being exploited. History is class struggle. Politics is expression. The proletariat is the dialectic historical subject. This is Lukácsian Marxism, which is called to set itself free from the domination of the bourgeoisie and to build a society on new foundations. A single individual is conceived here as part of a class-based whole and acquires socially is only a process of raising class consciousness. Now, pretty like it's a pretty neutral description, actually. And then here he calls them criminals with appalling consequences, yada yada yada. I mean, yeah, Zolt, keep trying to fucking worm your. And then look, I can just show you what he said more recently about Nazism, but just look it up yourself. Dugin condemns Nazism. He condemns racism. He's wholly against Nazism. He's against Hitler. He's against the Nazis. All of that is very unambiguous in Dugin's work. Give me a sec. Zolt characterizes Marx's materialism as physicalism, 840. This guy cannot get any more. Like, this guy's just like making shit up, pulling it out of his ass as he goes, because I can literally show you quotes on quotes to use his method. Just like I'm doing now to expose that he's a fucking liar who doesn't know what he's talking about. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Now again, what he's gonna do probably is he's gonna try to like dig up some Dugin quotes out of context to try and say, no, Dugin actually supports nationalism. Also, you're gonna have to make sure those are up to date if you do that. But even if you do that, you have to account for why he's saying what he's saying. You have to account for the contradictions. You can't just see this retard can only come to like a one-sided conclusion. He can't actually account for these apparent contradictions in what these writers are saying into some kind of like synthesized conclusion. He has to like make it a battle, like, no, he's more fascist, no, he's more this, he's more that. What if Dugin's just his own thing? Huh? Retard? You ever consider that?
Moreover,
and by the way, I know that I've said that the true fourth political theory is Marxism-Leninism, but the point of that argument was not to say that I think Dugin's secretly a Marxist-Leninist, but more to say that Marxism-Leninism is bigger than what Dugin understands. He has not fully explored the breadth of diversity of thinking that Marxism-Leninism is capable of, specifically in its cynicized form. And Marxism-Leninism answers the question of a fourth political theory, the need for a fourth political theory outside of the ideology of modernity. I argue that Marxism-Leninism is the fourth political theory, not because I think Dugin thinks this, but because I think that it is the answer to his question. It's the answer to what he's trying to look for. Because remember, the fourth political theory is a project. It's a project to create a new theory. All I'm saying is you don't need to create it. It's already there. All of Dugin's critiques of the first three theories can be contained within Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong thought.
Dugin's basis for his geopolitics is twofold in Heidegger's Dasein and Carl Schmitt's concept of large spaces.
So he's doing the leftist thing right now where he's going to be like, Heidegger's politics were this and Carl Schmitt's politics were that. That proves Dugin's own political orientation. Which doesn't explain how Dugin also draws from left-wing thinkers like Gramsci and Georges Bataille and others. It's just stupid, right?
Ignoring the question of Heidegger's affinity with German third positionism, Schmitt's idea of large space.
What is Heidegger's affinity for German third positionism? Heidegger didn't give a fuck about third positionism. Heidegger joined the Nazi Party because he thought the Nazis represented the event he was looking for. He wasn't engaging with the later third positionists, which actually what has given... Sorry, more specifically, he wasn't engaging with like the Italian fascists and like, oh yeah, the Giovanni Gentile, and he didn't give a fuck about any of that, right?
And
yeah, we know both of these people were Nazis. if you want to claim that the Dugin drawing from Carl Schmitt gives him some affinity to third position, aka Nazism, because you're saying they're interchangeable, apparently. I'll just show you a Wikipedia article, Zolt, because that's apparently what you do. Left-wing Schmittians. Is there a Wikipedia article on them? No, but there's like a fee.org that has the headline. First Google result. Carl Schmitt, the philosopher of conflict who inspired both the left and the right. So it seems like everyone is saying Carl Schmitt both influenced the left and the right, which is true, because there are literally left-wing Schmittians, it's literally a term, and they're definitely not Nazis. Yeah, I know, we all know it's true for Heidegger as well. I just assume that everyone knows that already, right? But in case people didn't know that for Schmitt, he's not some uniquely fascist or Nazi thinker. There you go, he's not. Just like the German conservative revolutionaries. See, Dugin interprets, he also makes the mistake of interpreting the German conservative revolution as the third way. Well, he doesn't actually even make this mistake. See, what Dugin means by the third way is the German conservative revolution. What Zolt means by third position is syndicalism and things like that, right? He means more like Gentile and the Italian fascists, you know. He means, Yaki and Strasser. And who are those French guys? I'm trying to look it up. I guess the synarchists, maybe. But in France and in Italy and elsewhere, that's what Zoltanius means. Dugin doesn't mean that. Dugin just means the conservative revolutionaries. He doesn't mean these kind of like, national syndicalists and all these types of fucking eccentric European ideologies. He does not mean that. He makes it clear what he means.
And Sims.
And by the way, I have drawn equally from the German conservative revolution. I have even gone so far as to say that the German conservative revolution was the Western intellectual form of Marxism-Leninism. What Stalin was doing in the Soviet Union, German conservative revolution was doing for Western thought. I have said that. Unfortunately, the two were never able to recognize one and another. But the tragedy is that German conservative revolutionaries came first, then the Nazis came, and they thought the Nazis were the world spirit, the zeitgeist of their position. But the real zeitgeist of the German conservative revolution was the Stalin revolution. And it's a historical tragedy that maybe it was necessary, though, that they weren't able to understand this. The true zeitgeist of German conservative revolution was Stalinism. They were not able to recognize that because of the paradoxical and elliptical nature of Russian archaeo-modernity in general, which I'm also going to get to as well.
Hitler's preeminent intellectual biographer writes stems from Hitler himself. Quote, Hitler's idea of a German Monroe Doctrine, which he had first mentioned more than a decade earlier in 1923, was picked up by the lawyer Carl Schmitt, who elaborated it into an entire theory of large spaces. End quote.
Yeah, this is not really remarkable. There's, like, for example, so many great intellectual ideas have their origin in stupid things. Like a philosopher is in the forest and he sees a turtle fucking a squirrel or something, and he's like, huh. And then some brilliant conclusion follows. That's the equivalent we're dealing with here. The inspiration for a novel philosophical concept or a novel concept of the intellect is usually not that important. It can be as mundane and stupid as you wish or as you imagine it to be. What matters is the actual concept, which clearly goes far beyond the mind of Adolf Hitler. Okay. Schmidt's understanding of large space clearly is not restricted by Hitler's stupidity.
So one of two main prongs of Dugin's geopolitical philosophy comes from the mind of Adolf Hitler himself.
No, it doesn't. That's where you got it fucking wrong. No, it doesn't. The inspiration for Schmidt's idea came from that. That doesn't mean that the thing itself came from Hitler's mind. No, you literally just contradicted what I said, and you're wrong. And I explained why.
With the other prong having a complicated, at best, relationship with the Third Reich. In 2015, a Maoist blogger interviewed Dugin, and it was even syndicated on one of his websites. And when he was asked about Mao and Maoism, he said, quote, "Mao was right in affirming that socialism should not exclusively be proletarian, but also peasant and based on the ethnic traditions. It is closer to the truth than universalist, industrial, internationalist versions represented by Trotskyism. But I think that sacred part in Maoism was missed or underdeveloped."
I think that's a really open-minded view Dugin's giving here. He's saying, either it was missed or maybe it was underdeveloped, right? This adds credence to my theory. This adds credence to my theory that Dugin has a kind of ambiguous interest and affinity for Maoism. And he doesn't go deep into it. That's my job, right? But Dugin's open-minded about these fucking things. He's not set in his conclusions. In the strict sense of foreclosing the possibility of learning something new. Dugin's mind doesn't work like that. He's not an Anglo-dogmatist like you, Zolt. Dugin just says what he means within the framework of his understanding. Dugin says what he means within his understanding. His understanding, he never claims, is final. He never claims his understanding is final. Ever. He says, he proves through the course of his own development that I used to think this, but then upon further investigation, I am increasingly disposed to this view, right? So he's not set and dogmatically attached to some ego of his own intellect like you are, which you call Turd Position. And I've explained to you Zoltanius' Turd Position and why no one should care about reaching out to retards like Zoltanius. This is a guy who's made an ego of his own intellect in the form of Turd Position. So if Turd Position is stupid and wrong, he's also a retard too. So he has to always apologize for and defend Turd Position, or else what do you call it? The fortitude of his ego will be compromised. His ego will shatter and collapse. So he's attached to this stupid fucking internet ideology forever, because if he's wrong about it, his whole online identity will be for naught. All that dumb shit he's ever done will be for naught. Right? So he has an attachment to it.
Its links with Confucianism and Taoism were weak. Maoism is too modern.
Its overt links were weak, right? And this is not really true. It's very clear how Maoist dialectic is linked to Taoism. Not overtly. It didn't develop this overtly and consciously, which is what I think Dugin's talking about.
For me. For China, it would be the best solution to preserve the socialism and political domination of national communist parties as today, but develop more sacred tradition, such as Confucianism and Taoism.
That's literally what Xi Jinping is saying. Xi Jinping is saying, let's explore China's sacred and spiritual traditions. What's your point? Where's the part where this is in contradiction to Marxism-Leninism? Or unless you want to say that China is not a Marxist-Leninist state, even though it says that it is. See, this is the problem with this retard Zoltanius. I'm not allowed to interpret thinkers in the way that I do, but he can go ahead and say China's not Marxist-Leninist, even though they say they are. All I've done is say Marx, if he were presented with this question, and if he were to be consistent with his views, Marx would be some kind of traditionalist conservative. But he's never been presented with the question, and he didn't say anything about it, right? But the Chinese Communist Party literally does say that they're Marxist-Leninist. People like Dugin literally do say that they reject third position. But it's okay for Zolt to characterize them however he wants to, according to his mind's content, without any regard for what they've actually said. All I've done is say, let's not assume what Marx and Engels would have thought. We don't know what they would have thought. Let me interpret what they would have thought based on the essentiality of their method and their insight. But Zolt, he directly contradicts them. He directly contradicts these people. That's the problem. He just directly contradicts them.
It is rather significant that the ideas of Heidegger are attentively explored now by hundreds of Chinese scientists. I think fourth political theory could fit to contemporary China best of all.
Sounds pretty innocuous and benign to me. Doesn't sound like this is anything in favor of Zoltanius' line of argumentation.
End quote. In the same interview, Dugin is also
Wait, you're not gonna provide an interpretation? Because that's an extremely benign thing he just said. I thought you were going to be like, so what this means is that Dugin, I mean, you're just going to leave it to the quote? The quote doesn't contradict anything I've said. Nothing. It contradicts nothing that I've said. I will show you the Substack again to show you what a retard Zoltanius is, because it's going to be funny. Just wait. I'm so excited. This is such a fun stream. This is so fun.
To make it clear that, quote, it's not communist nor Marxist because I refuse the materialism of any kind and deny the progress. It is so much more correct to describe my views as fourth political theory and traditionalism.
Okay. What does Dugin mean by Marxism and materialism and communism? I've argued that what he meant is two things. One, Soviet Marxism-Leninism and Western Marxism. My argument is that he has not engaged properly with Chinese Marxism. That's what my argument was, right? And it's right here. It's in Materialism and Maoism Thought. Right here. Actually, let me save this part for later and then just get into the part where I talk about Russia. So Dugin and his relevance, right? So I talk about what does Dugin mean by Marxism.
Gorilla, Sun, Great Streamos.
Dugin was able to recognize the material and objective reality of Russian civilization beyond ideology. Soviet Union was a strictly ideological project. Thank you, Tristan. Appreciate that. That took Marxist-Leninist ideology as the sole foundation. Yet even after having officially abandoned Marxist-Leninist ideology with dissolution, the deeper reality of Russian civilization continued to persist, proving Soviet realities were not entirely conditioned by one ideology, right? So here, this is the part, the dialectical materialism specific to Marxism and Leninism has never been successfully expounded in the terms of modern philosophy, which is what Dugin engages with. It has remained a science whose province has always been practical and political rather than contemplative and speculative. So, what does Dugin mean by Marx? What does he mean? He means by Marx this. He means by Marx this. So-called reactionary and conservative critiques of materialism have in mind that reduction of all being to substance, the reduction of every essence to sensuous and already measurable realities. Marx, in his critique of German idealism, never returned to this one-sided and vulgar. So, this is what Dugin means by materialism, according to Haas. Does Zolt engage with my argument, or does he just say that, Oh, here's a passage of Dugin rejecting materialism. Okay. Are you engaging with my argument that what they mean by materialism isn't the same thing as what Marx means? Because them just saying so doesn't make it so. You have to show this is what Marx means by materialism. Now, let's see what Dugin says, right, about materialism. Let's see what Dugin says about materialism. So Dugin takes materialism broadly from the perspective of this, okay? Materialism implies, and this is also his interpretation of Wendt, and we're going to get to this, materialism implies that strictly fixable and empirically reliable material facts, folding within their own inherent logic, lay in the basis of the processes unfolding in the field of international relations, whatever. Okay, so this is one definition of materialism that Dugin gives to us. So if in my Substack, I am very directly arguing this is not what materialism means for Marx, then pointing out Dugin's rejection of materialism is not an argument. That is not actually an argument. You're not addressing what I fucking said. And I say this, right? We're going to get back to this. The problem is twofold, right? By materialism, Dugin does not... Look, Zoltanius, you fucking retard. It's literally that simple. This was my argument. This is my argument. This was my argument. This was my argument. This was my fucking argument, you fucking retard. I lost it. Hold on. Here. Retard. This was my argument. You see it? Whether he believes it or not. Whether he believes it or not. Dugin does not, whether he believes it or not, mean the materialism of Marx. And why am I authorized to say that? Because my argument, whether you agree with my argument or not, is not important, because you have to begin with what I'm actually trying to say, that Dugin does not have a comprehensive or broad enough understanding of what Marx means by materialism. Now, you can say you disagree with that, and that's fine. But don't fucking sit here and just cite Dugin saying he rejects materialism and rejects Marxism, when my argument is literally whether he believes it or not. He doesn't mean the materialism of Marx, whether he believes it or not, because the materialism that Dugin talks about is not the materialism of Marx. That is a really simple fucking argument. That's an extremely simple fucking argument. Yeah, he's a fucking fraud and a liar. He's a fraud and a fucking liar. Okay?
End quote. Hawes further betrays a proper understanding of Dugin when he projects a vulgar materialistic metaphysics into Dugin. Hawes states, quote, "As a discipline of Heidegger, Dugin was able to recognize the material and objective reality of Russian civilization and geopolitics beyond ideology," end quote. As well as, quote, "Dugin's writings confine themselves to their real material premises, i.e., in the form of geopolitics, the unconscious realities of Russian civilization, etc."
Okay. So I expect that Zoltanius, with a clear understanding of what I mean by materialism, is going to just like make an argument. Or is he just going to point out the fact that Dugin means something differently by materialism than what I mean? Because what an idiot if he did that. What a dumb fuck would do that, right? I mean, like, can you imagine what a retard someone would have to be if they just say, oh, well, Dugin means something differently by materialism, Hawes. Something you yourself clearly already betrayed an understanding of. Because imagine a retard who thinks that's an argument. That's not an argument. I already know that, retard. That's not my argument. My argument is that what Dugin says by what he means by materialism is different from what I mean by materialism. What does Haas mean by materialism, right? Let's go back to it. By materialism, Haas means what Haas means by materialism is, let's get to it. Material better translate to essential. And for the first time in history of thought, Marx conceives of an essence that is itself essential rather than formal, that is to say, the real essence of form, the materiality of the ideal. That's what I say. That's what I say I mean by materialism. So, that effectively means is that material is referring to some kind of reality that goes beyond the modern idea, specifically the idea of French idealism. That's my argument, right? And I have quotes to back that up if you need them. Here we are. Here we are. I'm going to just show you Marx. Bear with me, guys. From the economic and philosophical manuscripts. Okay. So here's Marx's problem. Marx's problem is the tyranny of the concept. This first emerges most clearly in the Phenomenology, the perspective of Hegelian philosophy. So, when all of these things, wealth, state power, are understood by Hegel as entities estranged from the human being, this only happens in the form of their thoughts. They are thought entities, and therefore merely an estrangement of pure, abstract, philosophical thinking. Now, pure, abstract, philosophical thinking is something that belongs to the realm of rationalistic modernity. The modernity, beginning with Descartes, which abstracts thinking and thought, the pure form of thought, over and against reality. Dugin, for his part, clearly is beyond this. He has to be, because this is where Heidegger's whole project begins. Heidegger's project begins with the rejection of the specific forgetting of being entailed by modernistic idealism. It represents a foreclosure of being and a reduction of being to a specific form of thought. Obviously, Dugin is beginning from the premise of rejecting that. That's a given. That's just fundamentally a given. I could give more by Marx, but I have stuff from Dugin, a lot of stuff from Dugin, actually. Let me show you. Where is that fucking thing? From In Search of a Dark Logos. Here it is. Search of a Dark Logos. Okay, so I'll just give you Millerman's introduction. Because this book has not been translated actually, but the whole, the word itself entails a kind of Nietzschean materialism. Here it is, right? This is Millerman's interpretation, or sorry, Millerman's description the author tries to gauge the cognitive structures that predetermine the theological, philosophical, and psychological patterns of the deep levels of human consciousness. Okay, so already we are beyond the idealism that Marx was engaging with. For Marx, idealism was very specifically referring to the way in which ideas are taking a primary role in... By idealism, Marx is rejecting what Hegel will call the idea, which is the unity of a concept and its referential object. So an idea for Marx is the unity of a concept and its object. Dugin is obviously going far beyond the bounds of conceptual thinking. And he is directly talking about cognitive structures that predetermine the theological, philosophical, and psychological patterns of the deep levels of human consciousness. Dugin, in other words, is basically here talking about this underlying structure, this underlying logos, he'll call it, that is beyond the realm of transcendence. These are transcendental ideas, if they are ideas at all, which already places them beyond the idealism Marx was critiquing. In other words, let me just break it down to you this way. From Marx's perspective, Dugin is a materialist. If you want to say that Dugin is some kind of idealist, I'm open to that argument. But that is not an idealism Marx engaged with. It would be considered materialistic by Marx because it affords primacy to some content more fundamental than the form of thought. More fundamental than the form of thought, as it specifically takes the form of Western philosophy. I mean, that is very simple. That is like really simple stuff. That is very simple.
End quote. And finally, quote, Dugin, following Heidegger, recognizes the fundamental and latent ambiguity of material being, and
following Nietzsche, the author calls it the philosophy of Dionysus, the other logos, this time the dark one. It is called dark because in comparison with common, for Western civilization, rational and solar type of Apollonian logos, this one can be perceived as something chaotic, ambiguous, and not sufficiently transparent. I wonder why I say Dugin recognizes the inherent ambiguity latent in material being. It's almost like I mean something by that, even if Dugin doesn't mean the same thing when he uses the same words. But a retard midwit could never understand that. A retard midwit will never go past the surface and actually try and understand any of these things.
end quote. Haas refuses to acknowledge the obvious. Dugin is not a materialist.
Okay, Zoltanius. Listen here, kid. Kid, bucko. There is nothing obvious about any of these thinkers. I know you're looking for an obvious conclusion because you're like an adolescent anarchist retard who just wants to like jump to some one-sided impassioned conclusion as an excuse to LARP. There's nothing obvious about any of this. If you're going to invoke the authority of these thinkers, you have to commit yourself to the very painful and difficult and rather unobvious work of trying to like come to a unique and novel understanding. Otherwise, shut your fucking mouth. Stop trying to invoke their authority to impress your retard adolescent followers. I am very curious to see what obvious conclusion you draw here.
Materialist. This is honestly ridiculous, and I have to explain.
Why is it ridiculous?
This. Here is
Go ahead, explain it.
Alexander Dugin stating it.
I hope you actually explain what he means versus what I mean. Because if you're just going to quote Dugin saying that he's against materialism, you're not actually making an argument, retard. You're not actually explaining anything. So let's see what he actually does.
Explicitly in an interview with one of his English translators. Quote, "In order to get to such an understanding of the mystical dimension of the thought, we need to sacrifice materialism. We should recognize this kind of alternative sovereignty of the thought, of the spirit, of the subject, and, that is very important. But for me, not being a materialist, that is quite easy." And
okay. But what does Dugin mean by that? What does he mean by materialism? Maybe Zoltanius is gonna like make an argument about what he means by materialism compared to what I mean. I mean, read my Substack. I make a very, because Terran makes the same retarded argument as him, and I like make it very clear that I ground Dugin's rejection of materialism in Western philosophy's notion of materialism as Spinozist substantialism. I claim Marx and Engels provide a unique understanding of what materialism is that is not Spinozist and not substantialist. And I make that argument pretty clear, right? I mean, like, I have yet to see a response to what I've actually said. Yeah, Dugin very clearly. So, okay. Hey, Zoltanius, you fucking retard. Squidward Tentacope. He's talking about the mystical dimension of thought. What's the mystical dimension of thought if not something that is going beyond the threshold of the acceptable form of thought within Western philosophy that Marx is rejecting the primacy of? Let's look at that context of that interview too. So the interview is probably not written in text form, so we don't know the context of this either. But yeah, this is just not an argument. We know Dugin rejects a materialism that is within the limited understanding of what he considers materialism. The question is Dugin talking about the materialism that Marx is? Now that's something I'm going to demonstrate. He's not. I already have done that, but I'll do it again in a like pretty clearer way.
End quote. Dugin isn't about recognizing the material and objective reality of.
Why not? Why not Zolt? Because he means something differently by the word material than Marx did.
Russian civilization, as a follower of Heidegger, and to an extent Husserl, he has, which is clear from a cursory reading of the fourth political theory, a very phenomenological approach as compared to a materialist approach.
He doesn't even know what the words he's using means. Are you stupid, dude? Do you think phenomenology and materialism are part of the same classification? Like, it's either or? No. Phenomenology can either be idealist or materialist. It's not one or the other, retard. By the way, the fact that you mentioned Husserl is especially fucking stupid Because Husserl rejects both materialism and idealism. He doesn't even reject them. He considers them outside of, he brackets them. He brackets metaphysics. Just, dude, you're so fucking illiterate. He brackets metaphysics. There's no, look, dude. The idea that materialism can't be phenomenological means there can't be people like Georges Bataille, which is literally, base materialism is literally a phenomenologically rendered materialism. I don't think you know what the words you're using actually mean. I think you're just assuming that your audience is going to be too stupid and illiterate to actually like spend time investigating any of this for themselves. I think that's what we're on. Unfortunately, there's people like me who will actually expose you as a retard.
Dugin very explicitly rejects any form of materialism, whether it be vulgar or dialectical, for a more immaterial, phenomenological, mystical, and idealist approach to philosophy.
Where is your argument? You're just making statements. Which are based on what? Let me break this down for your like small mind to be able to comprehend. Is there a sense in which it may be justified to call Dugin's ideas materialist or his view materialist? Yes. Is that sense shared by Dugin himself? No. Who cares if that's not what I mean? Because you're doing this to say that I'm wrong, right? So you should be addressing what I mean by materialism. The question of whether I'm justified to use the word materialism isn't relevant. I can use any word I want, but I do justify why I use the word materialism. Do you have an argument against that? Are you just going to keep quoting what we all know, which is that Dugin rejects materialism within the limited frame and sense in which that word has meaning for him? Do you have an actual fucking argument?
As he writes in Putin...
So guys, before we did, before we commented on the video of TFW no dialectics, I want everybody to go on this video. Sorry, I would not ask anybody to do that. Mod check any arguments. That's like the next one we're doing. Mod check any arguments. There's no arguments here. There's no arguments. That's the next one we're doing.
Versus Putin, quote, "The fourth political theory can be attributed to the fields of phenomenology, structuralism, existentialism, ethnosociology, and cultural anthropology," end quote. So whether or not there is an actual material basis of the Russian folk, or narod, is irrelevant, for, as is laid out in the ethnosociological theory...
But I don't talk about a discrete basis. I have said he has a chaotic and ambiguous one-sided materialism. For him, material reality is the ambiguity. So I'm not talking about a definite basis. What are you fucking talking about? Like, I'm not saying Dugin vulgarly elevates some form as primary. By the way, that wouldn't be materialism anyway. That would be idealism. Dugin's a real materialist. Spinoza, I think, is an idealist. Dugin's actually a real one-sided, undialectical materialist. Dugin is a real materialist. Why? Because for him, he gives real form to true materiality in the one-sided sense through his mystical, poetic, etc., etc. descriptions.
which can be found most explicitly in his book Ethnos and Society, it is not about shared genes that define a people, but a recognition of common origin.
What does that have to do with materialism, retard?
Along with shared language and tradition.
Zoltanius. Dude, you're just not a smart person. If I say one-sided materialism, you don't get to rip out that sentence and run wild with it. You have to actually engage with what I actually argue and what I mean. Okay? If what I mean by that is primacy of the essence over the form, you saying that Dugin is not giving primacy to genes, which are a discrete form of measurement of reality, not only doesn't argue against me, it argues in my favor. What you're doing right now is arguing in my favor. Dugin does not give primacy to any metaphysical form, any discrete metaphysical form as such. Every single one of the forms of description Dugin uses, from logos, etc., to give expression to what is Russian ethnos and Russian civilization and Russian polarity. These are things which he's doing to try and approximate some fundamental reality which cannot be given any formal expression directly. It can only be given expression indirectly through necessarily inadequate and inexhaustive, poetic, ambiguous language, which nonetheless approximates something real. You would know this if you've read any Dugin, because it's something Dugin directly says. I'll give you some other quotes by Michael Millerman regarding the elliptical structure of okay. Copy this. Okay, we're gonna have to do the Academia EU. Semmon is fucking academia.eu. This was in his book about Heidegger and Another Beginning. Such a piece of shit. I can't even search this fucking page. I have to fucking log in with Google. Give me a second so I can download this PDF. And it's a fucking Google document. I mean, it's a fucking Word document. Okay, I'm gonna just have to search through this fucking shit. Give me a second. So I can't control F the keyword because academia.edu is a fucking cunt website made by a cunt who I want to die. I hope and I wish misfortune and suffering. Okay, you know what? So I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna show you the fucking Google Doc. Okay. These, you're just gonna have to trust this is from Millerman. Just find it in his fucking work, right? Dugin pictures archaeomodernity as a hermeneutic ellipse, whose two foci are the Western one and the Russian one. Then, here's the part that I wanted to. The question he poses is whether something to be called Russian philosophy, which can also be labeled as a specific discrete form of Russian materiality, is possible as the hermeneutic circle whose center point would be hypothetical, Russian focus or arc. So for Dugin, the material basis of the Russian civilization relates to him as this purely hypothetical and inherently ambiguous, open to interpretation and meaning, foci or arc. I don't know how to pronounce it, arc. It's not some kind of gene or some kind of specific discrete unit of materiality. That's why I call it one-sided materialism, you fucking retard. Now, just look at how I justify that argument too. Just look at how I argue that. So what do I mean by material premises? Soviet period is defined by decay. So it was destined to become something that its leaders were not equipped to adjust themselves to or to make sense of. They had inherited a geopolitical monstrosity or too weak and complacent to be worthy of. Soviet Marxism, to be reconciled with its premises, would amount to nothing short of destruction and rebirth of the world anew. Now keep that in mind, because I'm going to point out another thing that supports this thesis. Actually, I'll just do that right now. Okay, we're going to go back to that piece from Dugin, where he says, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Okay? Now, from the standpoint of the paradigm of modernity, Marxism is a kind of philosophical heresy, although it remains within the language of modernity. This is also like saying Soviet Marxism-Leninism remains within the confines of Western modernity, which was my argument, actually. This is an attempt to external exile without going beyond. It's a contradictory statement, which leads to the complete... seeks to interpret universal modernity. But if the liberal philosophy says this contemporary universal is a total yes, Marxism attempts to formulate a universal and total no. Which means Marxism represents a one-sided negation, which was directly my fucking argument, right? The dilemma in the form of the dilemma of Soviet Marxism-Leninism. Marxism-Leninism is materialist. On the other hand, materialism cannot be reconciled with the way in which Soviet Marxism-Leninism attempted to consolidate and fully ground its own premises up to the form of statehood itself. And Ilyenkov expounds the dilemma in the form of the distinction between the thinking spirit, universal self-consciousness, and the material reality. Now, what does that have to do with this? You can read my argument, just substitute the following. When I say Soviet Marxism-Leninism is the thinking spirit, that's also the same thing as saying Soviet Marxism-Leninism is bounded within the confines of the language of modernity. Yet it's trying to go beyond it. Right? And in this attempt to go beyond this, it can only ever approach it through the form of this universal negation, a total no. But not going beyond the approved modern language. Marx stands on the border of the language of modernity. Now for Dugin, Guénon is on the other side. For me, Marxism, Leninism in the Soviet form stands on the border, and Mao Zedong thought is on the other side. Again, let me show this to you. the border being the premises the thinking spirit stands on the border of, crossing would amount to the destruction and rebirth of the world anew. That's the total no that Dugin was referring to in his description of Marxism in relation to Guénon. And I said it is precisely these material premises that Dugin's work seeks to give pure and undiluted expression, freed from the dogmatic straitjacket of official Soviet Marxist-Leninist ideology. And how poetry and mythos are the privileged mediums for the expression of an authentic material being, freed from the reductive presuppositions corresponding to the forgetting of being unique to Western rationalistic modernity. Dugin would call this Apollyon logos. Apollyon, the logos that privileges the rationalistic Apollo, right? Now, Zoltanius the retard has problems with how I call this material being. And he justifies that by pointing out passages in which Dugin rejects materialism. But Dugin means by materialism something entirely different than what I mean, or what I argue Marx means. So, we have yet to actually be presented with an argument from Zoltanius the retard. We have yet to be presented with any real argument.
It is not about finding some material basis to ground a people in. Dugin and the fourth political...
I didn't say that's what he's trying to do. Because, again, I have to quote myself again, the retard. Pure and undiluted. So, when you... Let me roll back what this fucking idiot just said. It's so fucking stupid. Look what he said.
Society, it is not about shared genes that define a people, but a recognition of common origin, along with shared language and traditions. It is not about finding some material basis to ground a people in.
And I argue it can't be that because Dugin is trying to give pure and undiluted expression to that material reality. Which means I didn't say Dugin's looking to find a material basis. That would contradict what I have prefaced the meaning of material to be. Let's go back and go to fucking school again and just read what I fucking said, you fucking retard. Read what I fucking said. You mean by materialism the reduction of all being to substance, the reduction of every essence to sensuous and already measurable realities. So that would be like a gene or some kind of basis, as you're trying to put it. And I said Marx never returned to this, and that's not what he meant by material. That material better translates to essential, and for the first time in the history of thought, Marx conceives of an essence that is itself essential. Which means Marx's materiality is not some substance that grounds the basis of things. That's not what material means. Material is essence. Materialism for Marx means a understanding of essence that does not already have a form. Essence as itself essential is what Marx means by materialism. The real essence of the form, the materiality of the ideal. That was my argument. You have not responded to my argument. Every philosophical conception of essence conceives of essence as forms, ideals, or definitions of thought. But for Marx, essence is itself the essence of forms, ideals, and definitions of thoughts. Reducing these essence to a specific form of material reality, like economics, or in retard Zoltanius' case, genes, entirely misses the point and only repeats the error of idealism. For Marx, to inquire into the nature of the essence is the province of practical science. Now dogmatic or ready-made form of what material reality is to be presumed. So even Marx is not looking for a material basis, as Zolt qualifies this word. Marx is totally open. He's not looking for a material basis to elevate as the ultimate determining factor. For him, understanding material reality is an active process. It's an active process of understanding what the world actually is. To begin, all you have to do is look at what Marx himself said. First premises of the materialist method. Here. The premises that we begin are not arbitrary ones, not dogmas, but real premises from which abstraction can only be made in the imagination. They are real individuals, their activity, and the material conditions under which they live, both those which they find existing and produced by their activity. Now, here's the best part. Here's the kicker. This mode of production of real individuals should not be considered as simply being the production of the physical existence of the individuals, which is really funny because didn't the Zoltanius retard try and say Marx was a physicalist? Rather, it is the definite form of activity of these individuals, a definite form of expressing their life, a definite mode of life on their part. As individuals express their life, so they are. What they are, therefore, coincides with their reproduction. It's pretty modest what he's saying. He's not having this dogmatic materialist view, which Dugin means when he rejects it, and which also Zoltanius the retard means.
Dugin and the fourth political theory doesn't see nations as an objective reality.
Yeah, because Dugin rejects nations.
Volume 2 of the fourth political theory, in the last appendix, he makes it clear that the nation is a subjective reality, and contrasts it to the third political theory, which he...
Yes, because I say the word nation because I'm working within the Marxist notion of the national question. For Dugin, an ethnos is an objective reality. Nation, he rejects entirely.
He claims sees the nation as an objective reality. Moreover, this phenomenological and ethno-social...
Well, I have the work right... Good thing we have the work right before us, right? Hold on, I have to zoom in. Hold on. Dugin doesn't say that anywhere in the fourth political theory. Look, all 15... Look, 14... Look. Objective. This is the word objective, right? He doesn't... Zoltanius, no wonder he didn't fucking quote anything from the book, because Dugin does not say this anywhere. Nowhere does he say that nations are not... or ethnos is not objective and that they're purely subjective. Nowhere does he say that. Nowhere does he say that. Now, maybe this is what he's talking about. Rejects racism. Societies can be compared, but we cannot state any of them as objectively better than the others. Yeah, that's not... Racism is based on the innate... He's such a fucking liar! Look what he just said! Look what Zolt claims! Look at this.
See nations as an objective reality. In Volume 2 of the fourth political theory...
Oh, okay, sorry. My bad. It's gotta be in Volume 2. Volume 2, fourth political theory. Where's Volume 2? Here. The Rise of the Fourth Political Theory. Okay, here it is. Now this one... Okay, I got it. Well, I would like to see a direct quote in context because this one does not appear to have... This one does not appear to have a PDF. Let's check. No, yeah, this one's not online. This one's not on the internet. So this one only has a physical copy. So I guess we just have to trust what Zolt is saying, which I don't, because I'm pretty sure in context, Dugin is not saying that.
Appendix, he makes it clear that the nation is a subjective reality, and contrasts it to the third political theory, which he claims sees the nation as an objective reality. Moreover, this phenomenology...
Yeah, but what do I mean by objective? Okay? Very clearly, by objective, you fucking retard. Look at this fucking retard logical positivist does. He takes a paragraph and treats it like it's in a vacuum, as if it's not within the context of a wider argument. Where for me, it is Soviet Marxist-Leninist ideology that represents subjective. So anything outside of this modernistic totalizing ideology, for me, is objective. Now, you may say in another context, it's subjective, fine. But insofar as it is outside of the Soviet Marxist-Leninist totalizing universalistic project of ideology, it is objective. And no, actually for Dugin, ultimately, everything subjective is objective. In some sense, has objectivity. Dugin is not like some Judith Butler of nations where he just says, oh, nations are arbitrary. Sorry, he rejects nation. He doesn't say ethnos is arbitrary. Ethnos is based on something real, something ontological. So no, it is objective. It just depends on what sense by which we mean objective. Dugin, I will bet you anything. I will literally bet you $500 fucking dollars that what Dugin means by objective in volume 2 in that appendix is like in the modern scientific sense of like some kind of racial biological reality or something like that. I will bet you anything that's what Dugin means by it when he says he rejects it. I will bet you anything. I will bet you anything. Because I know for a fact that for Dugin, these things are ontological. They are not arbitrary constructs like genders for Judith Butler. He doesn't believe in that.
An ethno-sociological approach should make it clear that he isn't concerned with a material reality of some group of people. Dugin even attacks Vladimir Putin for being too concerned with the material reality of Russians and the Eurasian civilization, stating, quote, "In my opinion, even Putin's approach to..."
So, you see the problem, guys? In his own quote that he uses, Squidward Tentacope, Tentaquote, is admitting that for Dugin, materialism is associated with corporeality. Obviously, this is not my interpretation of Marx's materialism. That would be substantialism.
Problems is purely corporeal. Much like Epicurus, he sees the population as an aggregate of material objects that one must...
that would be like a vulgar, Spinozist, substantialistic materialism, which my Substack literally addresses.
...feed. This is all materialism. Putin suggests uniting the post-Soviet...
It's like, I wouldn't be so mad about this shit if it wasn't for the fact that this retard quoted my Substack and made it seem like he's like arguing with my Substack. Made it seem like he's making an argument against something I said. All of it is there that I'm telling you now. It's all in my Substack. Everything I'm telling you right now is in my Substack.
...landscape in the same way, on a materialistic basis. I think that it's necessary to move on to the politics of spirit, end quote. And a simple read from Dugin's book, A Theory of a Multipolar World, disproves that he is approaching multipolarity from any sort of materialistic perspective. Quote,
is there I can do this all night. Like, does he make a new argument besides like this? This is even more hilarious. This part is even more hilarious because, look, compare these two quotes. Compare these two quotes, right? Ready? Compare what I said compared to this quote that Zoltanius is using as an argument against me. Okay. Ready? I mean, like, I could do this all night. I swear to God, I could just do this all night. Every philosophical conception of essence, beginning with Plato, conceives of essences as forms, ideals, or definitions. For Marx, the essence is itself the essence of forms, ideals, and definitions of thought. Reducing this essence to a specific form of material reality, like economics, misses the point and repeats the error of idealism. That's my argument about Marx. Zoltanius is trying to use this quote as an argument against me. Against economic reductionism. I was saving this quote. I'm going to keep bringing it up again. From Friedrich Engels. The ultimately determining element is the reproduction of real life. We never said anything else. If somebody twists this into saying that economic element is the only determining one, he transformed that proposition into a meaningless, abstract, senseless phrase. And Dugan rejects economic centrism and the reduction of economic factors to a lower level than social, cultural, religious, political factors. The reduction of economic centrism. If someone twists this in saying the economic element's the only determining one, he transforms what me and Marx said as a senseless phrase. That's Friedrich Engels directly. Forget about what I said. From the perspective of my Substack, the retard Zoltanius trying to use this quote as an argument against me is a terminal form of stupidity. It is a terminal form of idiocy. It's a terminal form of illiteracy. But even from the perspective of what Engels had said, it's fucking stupid. Anybody who wants to debate but doesn't state their business in show requests is getting banned, by the way. If you just get in my show queue, you don't state why you're fucking here, I'm just gonna ban you forever. Stupid bitch.
Leads to the most logical conclusion. The economic model of the multipolar world must be based on the rejection of economic centrism.
When Haas quotes, right. When anyone else quotes, they don't mean it that way. Hey, XD, I have receipts. I can actually make a fucking argument to defend why. They don't do that. When I quote, I argue, I make an argument about why that supports what I'm saying. By the way, and I already did that in my fucking Substack anyway, which is what he's claiming to debunk and respond to right here. So no, you fucking idiot. I'm not just arbitrarily quoting shit like your retard teacher, Zoltanius. And by the way, if your teacher is such a stupid and illiterate guy like this, you're going to end up just as stupid and fucking illiterate. The funny part hasn't even started yet, though. I just can't wait for it.
And the reduction of economic factors to a lower level than social, cultural, religious, and political factors. Without the relativization of the economy, without the subordination of the material to the spiritual, without the transformation of the economic sphere into a subordinate and secondary one, in relation to the dimension of civilization in general, multipolarism is impossible, end quote. Moreover, his book lays out that his geopolitics is based on idealism plus holism, and rejects the material plus holism of Marxism.
Oh, okay,
this materialism plus...
This is the part. This is the funny part, okay? So... luckily for us, Dugan actually will go into how he defines these things. So that's just lucky for us. Here's the holism argument from Zoltanius, the fucking retard. So here's this holism argument he's talking about. So Dugin claims that materialism implies that strictly flexible and empirically reliable material facts, folding within their own inherent logic, lay the basis of the processes unfolding in the field of international relations. And Dugin defines idealism as idealism derives from the premises that not only facts, but also values and gnoseological concepts, the subjective factor, predetermine the nature of processes unfolding. Well, according to Dugin's definition of what idealism is, Friedrich Engels is also an idealist, because Friedrich Engels claims that the economic is also not the only determining one, that there's also other factors which help in the determination of history. Now, Engels makes it very clear even that we had to emphasize the main principle vis our adversaries who denied it, and we had not the time, the place, and opportunity to give their due to the other elements involved in the interaction. So for Engels' problem, Marx and Engels' problem, was that people were denying material and economic facts. Dugin here seems to be acknowledging that, not only facts, but also values and gnoseological concepts predetermine the nature of the processes. So it sounds to me like Dugin's materialism isn't as different from what Marx and Engels meant by materialism as Zoltanius would lead you to believe. All you have to do is go from just taking these words at face value to investigating what Dugin actually means by them, or what anyone means by them for that matter, to see the retard Zoltanius's entire edifice collapse. His entire video collapses when you just scratch below the surface of the fucking word. Zoltanius, moreover, has an understanding of language, as I pointed out before, that is radically at odds with Dugin's view. Zoltanius has a universalistic understanding of language, contradicts, keep in mind, the entire purport of Dugin's project In Search of a Dark Logos. For Zoltanius, there is one universal meaning of every philosophical concept, and there's only one sense in which these concepts can be given expression. That is in direct contradiction not only to Dugin's project, but also in contradiction to Heidegger. It's in contradiction to Guénon's traditionalism, yada, yada, yada. This is like a very Angloid, modernistic, positivistic understanding of words and their meaning. Okay? So, again, materialism, idealism, that doesn't contain, as Heidegger put it, these word things are not themselves bearing any meaning. Okay? It's meaning that gives rise to the word. The word thing doesn't contain any meaning by itself, as Heidegger would put it.
Plus individualism of realism, and the idealism plus individualism of liberalism, saying, quote, idealism highlights the decisive importance given to concepts, theories, ideas, points of views, texts, when compared to matter, the empirical field, considered as secondary and derivative. Holism, in turn, calls attention
I love how he's just proving it for me, that what Dugin means by idealism is very different from what Marx and Engels meant.
The fact that we are talking about a whole system before the allocation of its individual atomic actors not being possible for them to exist on their own, end quote. Going further, Dugin's civilizational and geopolitical theory is ontologically based on Carl Jung's collective unconsciousness and the monad from arch-anti-materialist Leibniz, a topic talked about by Momcilo Nevesky in his video on Alexander Dugin, the theory of a multipolar...
You can't even say Leibniz is an arch-anti-materialist, considering that Marx and Engels' version of materialism came after Leibniz, you fucking idiot. What did Leibniz have to say about Marx and Engels' materialism? Nothing! Because he predated them.
world, which Dugin himself syndicated. And for Dugin, the Narod, or das Volk, is not, as Haas claims, Dugin says, quote, material and objective reality, end quote.
Fucking retard.
But rather, as Dugin...
Is it not, Zoltanius? What does Haas mean, Zoltanius? Go read what I fucking wrote and give us what I actually meant. Give us an actual, honest presentation of what I meant, according according to my own words.
Dugin himself actually explains, quote, what we call the body of the Narod, or the Wirtschaft, that is the economy, and production causes, in this case, to be a separate domain defined by the material factor. Henceforth, it is the domain of care, but that just is Dasein, which cannot but be concerned. And
what does that have to do with anything I said? I literally said Dugin does not give any attention to the economy because he has a one-sided materialism. If you have a one-sided materialism, Zoltanius, you fucking idiot, you're not going to get into specifics like economics or anything else for that matter. You're just going to have a conception of a pure material object. Do you even know what you're trying to critique, you fucking moron? You abject fucking idiot? Giving us a quote of Dugin rejecting giving any care to the fucking economy doesn't actually make an argument against anything I said. You fucking idiot. You're such a dumbass. What a fucking idiot. What a fucking stupid bitch.
I've debated these fascists before. They don't know the difference between mechanistic and dialectic materialism. But no one in the USA
No, my
does.
problem, thanks for the 5, but my problem is that they pretend to be intellectuals. Either be a dumb fuck who doesn't care about any of this shit, or actually give this the attention and consideration that it needs in order for your words to be fucking credible. I hate the pseudo-intellectual midwit more than anything. I can respect the guy who doesn't give a fuck about any of this shit, but I hate the fucking posturing pseudo-intellectual bitch like Zoltanius who pretends to understand any of this. What a fuck, I can't even say the fucking word. Fucking cigarette.
quote. Of all the takes on Dugin, the idea that Dugin is actually a materialist and is actually talking about Marxist-Leninist Maoism is the most absurd position, especially given
Why is it the most absurd position? It makes perfect fucking sense if you actually fucking think about it. Why is it an absurd position?
that Dugin has time and time again in his writings and speeches very explicitly rejected Marxism and all forms of materialism.
Are you guys starting to understand this shit? Are you guys starting to understand why this guy's a fucking idiot? You guys get it now, don't you? He thinks it's absurd that I can claim Maoism, let's just call it, is the fourth political theory, and at the same time, Dugin can explicitly reject Marxism, that those things can be true at the same time. The only intervening variable that needs to be there for both of those things to be true is that Dugin has a limited understanding of Marxism, which would mean that when Dugin explicitly rejects Marxism, he's not rejecting real Marxism in its full breadth. He's only rejecting his own limited sense of what Marxism means to him. Do you guys get that now? Do you get what a fucking dumbass that he would say that's ridiculous and absurd? When all you would need for both of those things to be compatible is that just say that Dugin doesn't really fully understand Marxism, and that when he says Marxism, he means something different. And I said specifically what Marxism he means. It's specifically Soviet Marxism, Leninism that he was familiar with, and Western Marxism, which he was also had a passing familiarity with. He did not have any familiarity or engagement with the unique Chinese Marxism, Leninism.
Materialism. The idea that
And at the very least, he didn't give it appropriate and proper consideration.
a devout Orthodox Christian who is heavily steeped in his tradition is, as Haas puts it, quote, too materialistic, that is, vaguely and one-sidedly materialistic, and not dialectical, end quote, is very insulting to his intelligence and betrays.
Why is that insulting to his intelligence? Not insulting to his intelligence because Dugin is using words like materialism that do reflect the majority of what Western thinkers mean by the word. Also, Dugin is... Give me a fucking second. Dugin is evincing an understanding of Marxism that also reflects Soviet I mean, my understanding of Marxism-Leninism, admittedly, is extremely heterodox. I have provided an interpretation almost no one else has in the 21st century. Now, you can say that that makes me being true, my interpretation being correct, improbable, because how could Haas be such a smart guy? But that in itself isn't an argument. You have to actually engage and demonstrate why my interpretation is wrong, which you have not done. So it's not an insult to Dugin's intelligence. Me saying he has a limited understanding of Marxism is not an insult to his intelligence, because all it means is that he doesn't care that much about Marxism. That's all it means. It doesn't mean he's unintelligent. And relative to what, right? I mean, Dugin's extremely intelligent. His forte is not Marxism. He doesn't have to have an extremely in-depth understanding of what Marxism is, because it's not his forte. I'm the Marxist guy. It has nothing to do with his insulting his intelligence. Moreover, the same goes for materialism. I mean, I'm not saying Dugin's wrong for rejecting what he claims is materialism. All I'm trying to say is that Marx did not mean in his materialism the same thing as what Dugin means by materialism. That's all I'm saying. That's not an insult to his fucking intelligence. How is that an insult to his intelligence? Marx is an extremely controversial figure in terms of how he's interpreted. That's not a fucking insult to his intelligence. Dugin is an extremely open-minded guy. I think he would be really interested in my perspective. I don't think he would agree with it, but I think it would interest him, and he would say, "Huh, I didn't think of it that way before." And maybe he did, and I don't know about it. Fine, but his work does not evince that fact. It just doesn't. It doesn't evince the idea that he's engaged with the perspective that I'm coming from, which is fine. I mean, there's no reason for him to have done that. How does that insult his intelligence, though, right? I mean, I can't insult your intelligence, Zoltanius, because you don't have any. So how am I going to insult... Dude, spam show Q in my fucking chat one more time. Okay, M. Rouse, you just seem like you want a lesson. You want me to teach you things. Read my Substack. And when you say, I want to understand what you mean by matter as essence, dude, I literally wrote about it in the Substack that Zoltanius is claiming to respond to. So just read it. Just fucking read it. I didn't make my Substack a video for a reason. It wasn't made and produced in video form. Why? Because I want people who are smart to read it. I don't want retards who only get their source of information from fucking videos to do it. Why? Because look what happens when they try to interpret it. Look at how stupid this shit is. Look at how fucking stupid. He's literally just quoting Dugin, and he's making... This is like the only argument he made the whole time, which is that I'm insulting Dugin's intelligence. Everything else he did was quote Dugin, and the implicit argument, which he never even really made explicit, was that explicitly Dugin says this. Okay, well, what do I mean by what I say? And then when you actually take that into account, am I wrong? Can you say that I'm wrong? Maybe you can, but not just by pointing out what Dugin says explicitly. Because that's not an argument. That is not a fucking argument. That assumes Dugin is talking about the same thing I am. When I explicitly say that I'm not referring to the same thing Dugin's referring to by materialism, you cannot use his explicit quotes against materialism as a fucking argument.
Is the fact that Haas has no idea what he is talking about when it comes to Dugin's philosophy. Dugin also essentially takes the same critique that Momsilo made in this video, attacking Haas, and the
I don't know anything that I'm talking about. This is how you can tell if someone knows what they're talking about, guys. Can they independently synthesize the information? Can they interpret a quote? Can they actually, like, show that they understand it? He has shown he doesn't understand any of these things. Neither my Substack nor anything Dugin's written. I've already exposed how he's lied about Dugin. He doesn't understand any of these things. He doesn't know any of these things either. He just knows how to copy and paste quotes out of context that have keywords like materialism and idealism and Marxism.
Patriotic socialists, which made him so mad that in watching it, he literally punches his camera like a child. For instance, Dugin doesn't see the historically self-called Marxist regimes to really be...
Okay, is this a new argument he's gonna make? I hope... Yeah, and the guy was so fucking stupid. But where... So wait, your argument... Hold on, just to be clear, is your argument that I hit... Hey, retard, does this hurt you? Does this hurt you, Zolt? You fucking pussy? Get to the fucking argument. Holy shit, Tereshi. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, brother. But Zolt, do you have a problem with that? Like, what about the actual argument? Is this your argument that I just hit the camera? Here, I'll do it again. There you go, Zolt. Here, slap your bitch ass face. Slap your bitch ass face. There you go, Zolt. Where's the argument? Do you have an... maybe he gets to an argument. Let's see.
Attacking Haas and the patriotic socialists, which made him so mad that in watching it, he literally punches his camera like a child. For instance, Dugin doesn't see the historically self-called Marxist regimes to really be Marxist at all. Rather, they are forms of what he calls national communism, of which, he writes in the fourth political theory, quote, reckon themselves as being...
He didn't even engage... Hey, Zolt. What was the specific reason I got so mad I slapped my camera? What was the specific argument I was making? What was the thing that your friend said that was, according to me, so fucking stupid that I should slap my camera? He didn't even respond to it. Okay, so all he's doing here is repeating what his retard friend said. I already responded to it, so...
Simply communists and orthodox Marxists strictly following the teachings of the communist classics, end quote. In seeing how these regimes took certain nationalistic, patriotic, and various traditionalist tappings, however superficial, he notes in Volume 2 of The Fourth Political Theory, quote, in communist regimes, Marxism was not what it was claimed to be, but was, rather, a model of exogenous modernization in which Western values were adopted only partially and were...
Yeah, because Dugin, again, has an understanding of Marxism that is within the epistemological structure of the hermeneutic ellipse of archaeo-modernity, which means it's basically Western Marxism. So from the perspective of Western Marxism, Marxism was not what it proclaimed to be. From the perspective of the ultra-leftism, Zolt was trying to argue, it wasn't. But my argument was that Marxism-Leninism was what it proclaimed to be. Dugin does not recognize any objectivity of Marxism-Leninism. He only understands Marxism-Leninism from the perspective of Soviet Marxism-Leninism, which was, in fact, just some kind of subjective ideological project. But I argue in China, Marxism-Leninism has acquired definite object cognizance of its own objectivity. So that's my whole argument. Now Zolt, again, guys, all of this shit is going to really boil down to this. Mod check, any arguments. It's really going to boil down to that. Like, this is not an argument. This is not a response to anything I've said.
Are tacitly combined with local religious, eschatological...
Again, he might say, well, Dugin said this. Okay, why did he say that? And what did he mean by it? And what do I mean by what I say? And why is there this apparent difference in how we use the words differently? Well, I've explained that for historical reasons, because of the limitations of Soviet Marxism, Leninism, yada, yada, yada. So I've made like all these arguments in my Substack, pretty much. And Zoltanius, he has not produced a single argument against that. Again, the thing that matters is not that you're going to find a quote by Dugin where he explicitly rejects Marxism or explicitly rejects materialism. We all know that. Anyone who reads Dugin knows that. The argument is going to be about Is my interpretation of what he means correct? That's where you're going to actually make an argument.
And messianic tendencies. On the whole, this procedure of specific modernization, alter-modernization along the socialistic or totalitarian, but not capitalistic or democratic path, served for the defense of the geopolitical and strategic interests of independent states, which were striving to repel the colonial attacks of Europe and later America. End
Okay. Okay.
quote. In regards to Joseph Stalin, Dugin notes in Last War of the World Island that as late as May 1924, Stalin took the orthodox Marxist, sometimes derogatorily called Trotskyism by Tankies, line of denying the possibility of socialism in one country, and only by the end of 1924 did he break with orthodox Marxism and start the project, although rather implicitly, of national communism. Marxism is the epitome of bourgeois.
What a fucking cigarette. What a fucking cigarette. This is literally what leftists do. Replace this shit with like chauvinist, fascist, Nazi, transphobe. It's literally tanky. It's literally anarchist shit. It's literally anarchist shit. It's literally just anarchism. It's anarchist angsty teen who's mad that their fucking daddy idol, which is me, doesn't live up to their fucking one-sided idealized view. Like, this cocksucker either has to love me or hate me, right? He either has to suck my cock and love me in every possible sense. I am literally epitomize in a one-sided way the passion of his specific ideology. I'm secretly a fascist, or he has to hate me and cross out my eyes. Things to be destroyed. Hey, fucking weirdo, why don't you just take a few steps back away from me? Can you do that? Can you just take a few steps away from me? This should be good. This should be funny.
Ideology, and Marxism is looking backwards into history to project forwards into the future a bourgeois-centric worldview, tied up with notions of class, progress, etc. In short, Marxism conceives of communism as a higher form of bourgeois society, as pointed out in The Worker by the German conservative Ernst Jünger. We can only conclude from this that those who push the idea of conservative communism, such as Haas, are trying to fool the
Marxism, the notion of communism is a projection of bourgeois society into the future. Okay. Can you justify that from based on anything Marx, Engels said? Can you justify that by historical experience? Can you justify that with anything?
the dissident right for a communist revolution. This is an opportunistic
This is my favorite part.
pragmatism, and this is the real threat of Haas and his ridiculous project. The Marxist critique of Haas pushing things into the right-wing direction is obviously wrong. This is more of a
Flip
means
this part.
to siphon off support from the right, which is basically to castrate any right-wing or nationalistic alternatives. Some communists look at him thinking he's a secret fascist, and I fell for this in our debate, when I appealed to a red-brown one-struggle idea, but this is not his goal. His political Satanism is a means to an end, a bourgeois worldview, a red specter of terror. Haas is the left-wing version of the right-wing lolcow grifter Nick Fuentes for this very reason. Here are some final words
That
by
was
Father
the most incoherent thing I've ever fucking heard in my life. And he says I'm a threat to the I'm trying to castrate the right's ability to actually no, go do what you want, Zoltanius. I don't give a fuck what you do, Zoltanius. Go do whatever you want to do. How am I stopping you? I'm a threat. I'm a threat to you. Why? Because this is what all this shit comes down to. I'm a threat because I have viewers and I have a following that Zoltanius feels entitled to. So he thinks he should have my following and he should have my community and he should have my viewers, but he only gets like 5 viewers, so I'm a threat. I'm a big threat because all of the viewers and community that I've gained secretly belong to Zoltanius. And by the way, notice how it's no different than ultra-leftism. It's the same shit. What else? Paz is not actually a secret fascist. True, I'm not a secret fascist. Not a fascist at all. But he's then what am I? What am I? I'm trying to deceive the right into adopting my bourgeois communist view. Is that an argument? Are you making a fucking argument here?
Seraphim Rose, quote, "The beginning of religious awakening in Russia is in ontological grounds. For this reason, I reject the entire spectrum of liberalism, even up to the classical liberalism of Hobbes and Locke. That being the case, I will now share my own personal thoughts on Karl Marx."
But now it is clear, and that...
Okay, guys, what, so we're done with that. Give me parts of this video you want me to, like, go through and address specifically. Oh, here's
It'd be worth paying.
The following is a reading of Communism is Not Conservative by Zoltanius and Momcilo Nevesky. Thanks to the insanity of the internet, a new phenomenon of conservative communism, formerly known as patriotic
I
socialism,
think we already responded to this, didn't we? That we did respond to this. That was the whole video by that other guy. We did respond to this.
is the insane idea that communism is inherently conservative, patriotic, and yes, even traditional for that matter. To engage with this, we would have to start off on the foundational basis of traditional philosophy and compare it to the Marxist philosophy. In the case of traditional philosophy, it's often metaphysically grounded in philosophical idealism or Platonism. When we take Marx on face level, we have a philosophy that mixes idealism with materialism, therefore being incoherent. But this is not the place for that argument. See Momcilo's article here, or the video here. But when Vladimir Lenin came along later, relying much more off the mature Engels as secondary.
Yeah, we responded to all of this. We responded to all of this in the other video. Is there anything new? I mean, besides what I just addressed, because we responded to all this shit already. Mod, spam the link of the video where we had... Let me show you the video where we address all this shit. It's kind of tucked away, and it's... I was planning on making, like, a fucking separate video for it, but, where is that damn video? I think it's in this... Yeah, it's the CPUSA chapters against me. I think that's the one. Very least. No, it's not that. The great problem upon the solution. Yeah. So in this video, this is called the CPUSA chapters obsessed with me. I pretty much like run a train on every single one of their arguments. So yeah. Pretty much blow the fuck out, and I blow the walls out of every single one of the arguments they make here. But is there something new?
The state also sought to control the activities of religious bodies and essentially monarchy. The Russian Empire had a revolution which toppled the entire institution of the monarch origin. Similar measures were also taken up and do this since it does away with private property and educates children on a communal basis. Considered the fact that all abortions legal. The state also best compared with
these all sound really familiar. I think we already addressed all this shit.
Marx accurately describes the destruction of traditional society as intrinsic to capitalism. Already under communism.
I think there was something about like humanism though, so I should probably address that, right?
The rise of the city concomitant with the rise of the merchant. Traditionalists like René Guignon see this as a symptom of the decay of civilization in its sterile phase, where money value rules. Marx writes that what has been created is enormous cities, what Spengler calls megalopolitanism. Again, what distinguishes Marx from the traditionalists in his analysis of capitalism is that he welcomes this destructive feature of capitalism. When Marx writes of urbanization and the alienation of the former peasantry and artisans by their proletarianization in the cities, thereby becoming cogs in the mass production process, he refers to this not as a process to be resisted, but as inexorable and as having, quote, rescued a considerable part of the population from the idiocy of rural life, end quote. The peasantry is...
Yeah, Marx definitely thought modernity was inevitable. Yeah, he did. He thought modernity was inevitable. I mean, what's your point? Have I claimed otherwise? You're saying I've been dishonest about this shit. All full disclosure, Marx said modernity was inevitable. I think we can kind of cap things off here pretty easily. Just to make clear.
Material world. Hegel, on the other hand, wrote about how the historical dialectic worked on the national spirit, his philosophy being a part of the rightist doctrinal stream that was received.
No, for Hegel, the nation, to be clear, had no substance. The national spirit is just a moment of the Weltgeist, the universal world spirit of absolute that culminates in absolute knowledge. So to be clear, Hegel's not some nationalist.
Receiving an important impetus from the German thinkers in antithesis
He's
to
a
English
universalist.
thought based on economics, which in apprehending and comprehending history, defining a people is something which communists should strive to authentic workers to be indifferent to the nationalist bourgeoisie. I would land, we are fighting for the perfection and the psychic idea of large position theory is not.
I don't see an argument about humanism here. I just
sees as the real patriots. Lenin stated, quote, bourgeois historians see Japanese societies to feudalism, possible, and it introduced a belief.
Wherein lies the danger?
I thought there was like a new argument about humanism or something that I would have to get into. Anyway, guys, we're not ending the stream. I'm gonna provide a conclusion to this, right? The conclusion's actually gonna be important, so bear that in mind. To give you a conclusion to this whole thing, I think a lot of the confusion stems from this idea that I am a reactionary. I'm not a reactionary. I'm not a reactionary. I am a Marxist. I agree that classical modernity was an inevitability. It was specifically an inevitability that could not be avoided. It somehow had to be passed through and overcome. That's what happened in the Soviet Union and in China today. My specific conservatism and my specific relationship to the contemporary right wing, the reason why people see me as a rightist isn't because I reject modernity. No, I don't reject modernity. I recognize modernity was a catastrophe, a disaster by nature, but I don't reject or try to resist modernity. And also, I kind of differ with Dugin on this as well, but I'm going to qualify that. But the reason why I'm called a reactionary isn't because of a rejection of modernity. It's because of a rejection of what Dugin actually does talk about in his work, The Eurasian Mission, which I'm just going to lay on you right here, right? It's about the so-called third totalitarianism, which Dugin vaguely calls postmodernism. So, in political science, the concept of totalitarianism is communist or fascist, right? Yada, yada, yada. So liberals use this word totalitarianism. But Dugin believes in this term of third totalitarianism, right? In French sociology and postmodern philosophy. So Durkheim's
Morning Revolution.
Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. Hey, neat feed. Nice. Thank you for that, Miriam. Durkheim's sociology maintains that the contents of individual consciousness are formed entirely on the basis of collective consciousness. The totalitarian nature of any society, including individualistic and liberal types, cannot be changed. Liberal society, which puts itself in opposition to the collective societies of fascism, has itself become collective, a standardized and stereotypical one. The more an individual aspires to be unique within the context of the liberal paradigm, the more he becomes similar to everyone else. Liberalism brings with itself the stereotyping and homogenization of the world, which destroys all forms of diversity and differentiation. On the other hand, there is postmodern philosophy, which he's going to call this postmodern philosophy, right? The individual is a micro-totalitarianism that projects an apparatus of repression upon which the social totalitarianism is built, at both the individualistic and sub-individualistic levels. In a Freudian spirit, viewing reason as an instrument for repression and alienation as well as a projection, the postmodernists identify reason within the totalitarian state, which suppresses its citizens' freedoms by imposing its point of view on them. The individual is a concept that is the projection of the degradation and violence of a totalitarian society at its lowest levels. Postmodernists believe the social totalitarianism emerged out of strict hierarchical and totalitarian structure of the rational individual. The concept of the liberal totalitarianism as a third totalitarianism derives its meaning and proves itself to be completely justified. Hence, liberalism is a totalitarian and violent ideology. And then maybe this isn't the best illustration. I'll just get a more simple one. This is going to clarify a lot of the confusion. So, this is going to be a Chinese scholar who's going to talk about the same thing. He makes the same argument as Dugin, basically. The Soviet Union once vigorously suppressed dissidents. Neoliberalism in the US has now also become extreme and absolute. The rights of ethnic minorities have become absolute standard of political correctness. Any speech that does not conform to liberal ideology is presumed guilty. Even Trump, who won 75 million ballots, is silenced by the media. Soviet Union once practiced chauvinism and advocated for limited sovereignty. The United States believes in neoliberalism, the survival of the fittest, and winner takes all. America turned into a liberal totalitarian state, sprinkled with traits like an oligarchic elite. Okay, so I'm going to break this down. I'm not going to really be able to give you a simple quote right now, but I can promise and assure you Dugin does talk about this. The reason why I'm associated with right-wingers is because just like the majority of the right, I reject the third totalitarianism, which comes after classical modernity. So basically, the whole argument I made in the video, Communism is Conservative, has basically been modernity was an inevitability. I fully recognize the inevitability of modernity, yada yada. But once the project of modernity basically has exhausted itself, now we enter into the so-called cultural turn. Gender, culture, political correctness, yada, yada, yada. And to me, this represents today a form of liberalism's totalitarianism, where the liberal individual and the subject of liberalism has become its own substance. So to be clear, the liberal subject of classical modernity is the universal citizen, who's an abstract subject devoid of substance. It's an abstract, universal substance. Everybody fucking listen right now. I want everybody to fucking pay attention to what I'm saying. This has now gone far, though, that it's being applied from the sphere of the state, which Marxists had considered kind of like an objectively progressive development of history, to the sphere of our substantive humanity and our culture. Now, contemporary Western Marxists made the assumption that this leap represents a form of progress and that Marxism must have the same attitude toward postmodern liberalism that it did toward the liberalism of classical modernity. I have intervened and said, no, this cultural turn and of the counterculture and the new left and so on does not represent just some kind of rehashing of the history of liberal modern progress. but represents, as a matter of fact, a reactionary, Nazi, neo-Nazi psychosis of liberalism. The liberal totalitarianism, just like Nazism, is elevating the abstract form of the subject into its own substance. Now, Nazism and fascism did this to the nation state. The nation state was this universal state, abstract and empty form. The fascists came and turned that into a substance. I claim liberalism, neoliberalism, whatever you want to call it, is doing the same thing to culture. It's doing this to gender, it's doing this to race, it's doing this to sexuality, it's doing this to everything, political correctness, ableism, disability, fat phobia, whatever. This stuff. So my specific understanding of that communism is conservative does not mean a rejection of modernity. Yes, communists obviously accept the achievement of modernity. But once this achievement has been achieved, so to speak, there lies our ability to rediscover our traditional humanity. Once, for example, women can be educated and have equal opportunity and have equal formal rights and, have be able to express authentically and have the freedom to express their humanity, we can then return to celebrate and venerate our traditional gender roles, our traditional humanity, our whatever, right? The postmodern liberal, whatever you want to call them, I'm just saying postmodern the way Dugin uses it, says no, that's oppression. Even if it's not forced, and it's just some authentic cultural whatever, they say no, that's oppression. That's a microaggression, for example. That's cis heteronormativity. This is a patriarchal, whatever. That's my problem. That's my problem. So because I reject that, I have been accused of being a reactionary. But that makes the assumption that this new political correct cultural turn is progressive in a Marxist sense, which I reject. So I'm not trying to say I'm some fascist reactionary. I'm not. I'm a Marxist. I'm a Marxist-Leninist. I have been very clear and specific about where I stand here. For me, conservatism, a real conservatism, moreover, is doomed to vanity at best, doomed to failure at best, and its opposite at worst, which is a form of psychotic anarchism and ultimately liberalism at worst, as in the case of fascism, if it does not accept how it is that this apocalypse, and I recognize Dugin's description of modernity, I accept this description. It is an apocalypse. It is a form of destruction. It is an all-encompassing negation. I accept the traditionalist critique of modernity. I merely regard it as an unavoidable inevitability. We must accept. We must own up to it. We must face it soberly, boldly, and without hesitation, without fear. We must have the bravery to face the destructive singularity that is modernity, right? We can't run away from it or resist it. In this sense, I'm like an accelerationist in the Landian sense. It's simply inevitable. You must go through it. So that has been my stance, okay? That has always been my stance. The conservatism comes from the way in which, after you accept the necessity of this destruction, after, not before, after, you can then arrive at some substantive tradition with a capital T of humanity that somehow reconciles this destruction as part of the tradition, part of the humanity. So modernity becomes a moment in the realization of the tradition. This, for me, is Mongol modernity. It also takes the paradoxical structure of the archaeo-modernity. How? Because for me, this destructive modernity that the Soviets and Chinese communists faced, and the corresponding alternative modernity that Dugin talks about, that define their development afterwards, this modernity is not simply the Western modernity. The essence of this modernity does have its origins in the Mongol conquests, which confronted the sedentary civilizations as an apocalypse. That is the root that is the lost modernity rediscovered by communism. And it's the true modernity. That is the truth of modernity in the Guénonian sense of being part of the perennial tradition. My view is modernity must be re-examined and relocated as a part of the perennial tradition with a capital T. And the way in which I do that is locate its material origins, not its ideal origins, its material, real historical origins in the Mongol conquests and in the Mongol Empire, more specifically. So that is my position. I think, so basically, let me put it this way. You have the modernity, right? And then there's two paths for modernity. One path is the real return to tradition. Mongol modernity, relocate the destructive modernity within the wealth of the perennial tradition. Render the destructive modernity, which is, by the way, not going away. It will always reassert itself in the revolutions of the forces of production. But relocate that into perennial tradition, which allows us to, at the same time, boldly face the unknown and destructive reality set before us. And its power, the power of being able to apprehend it in the true form of a universal state. That's on the one path. The other path is liberal totalitarianism, political correctness, American globalism, gender stuff, and all of that cultural bullshit, identity politics, yada, yada, yada. So that's where I stand. Now, this cigarette Zoltanius claims I'm lying about something. He's saying I'm deceiving right-wingers. I have just presented you my philosophy, so take it or leave it. I don't care if you're right-wing or left-wing or down-wing or up-wing. I don't give a fuck what south-wing, north-wing, east-wing, west-wing. I don't give a fuck what you are. That is my view. You can accept it or reject it. I don't care. I don't care where you're coming from. But when you call me a liar and say I'm being dishonest, you've just exposed you're not a credible fucking person. How is all this philosophical ramblings not just paying into the bourgeois obfuscation? I don't understand why any of this has to do with feeding their kids or exploitation of labor. Dude, set up a GoFundMe because you're interested in something different than what we're interested here, right? Because this stuff about the cultural turn is important. It is important. Because the Communist Party, which does want to feed people or allow people to feed themselves and have dignified jobs, the number one obstacle to that is this false Western interpretation of Marxism-Leninism, which is being reinforced both by the Turd Positionist and the leftists themselves. So there's your fucking answer. Also, it's about intellectual credibility. Simple. Very simple. It's about simple intellectual credibility. What about Alexander the Great? That's fine. The Greek turn, all well and fine. But my problem is that the Greek turn, if we want to call it that in Heidegger's sense, the Greek turn did not represent this defining threshold of modernity. Keep in mind, Hellenism was inherited not just by... There's a big myth. The big myth is that the West inherited Hellenism. No, Islamic society also inherited Hellenism. There's two Hellenisms. There's two Greek civilizations. One Greek civilization was Roman, the other was Byzantine. There's two of them. Not just one. There's the Greek civilization of the Roman Church, then there's the Orthodox Church, then there's the Western Christianity, and then there's Islam. Both of them take for granted the Greek. Islam just adds the Persian world in addition to the Greek one. That's what Islam does, to be honest. To me, the defining moment was Mongol modernity. And why? Precisely because, let me put it to you this way. During the Russian Civil War, the Bolsheviks were a force of pure iron rule, red terror, right? No toleration of any political opposition, none of that. None of it. If any of you so much as rebel, you're getting wiped out. Blind force of modern statehood. But then, as time passed, this blind force is increasingly filled with content. And suddenly, the Russian people discover in that blind force their own tradition. So this is what happens. But in liberalism, you also have the same terror. Except it doesn't get filled with the content of a determinate civilization. It evolves into the form of political correctness and neoliberal individualism, whatever, right? So that's where I'm coming from here. But my view is that what I just told you would happen with communism was what happened with the Mongols. The Mongols represented the pure force of brutal terror and rule, just like communism initially. But then, once they settled, the Mongols rulers assimilated to the civilization. So they have this kind of weird syncretism between this alien force of universalism that is given determinate form through the civilization. And for me, it's the same. Baghdad never recovered after getting sacked. The Library of Alexandria also never recovered. To be honest, any good books that were in the Library of Alexandria or that were in Baghdad, I mean, sorry, but at a certain point, you gotta show the results. You know, I don't really give a fuck. Utter nonsense. What's utter nonsense about what I just fucking said, you dumbass? The Mongol conquest, once it was over, was then defined by assimilation. What's wrong about what I said? How is that nonsense, you Angloid-brained fuck? What is nonsensical about that? Tell me what's nonsensical about that, you fucking dumbass. Properly gendering something. See, it sounds innocuous when you point it out that way. Except, we're not just talking about properly gendering someone and not being ableist. You make it sound like it's reasonable, but then... And then it manifests itself in the most irrational way, and then you're nowhere to be found. You're nowhere to be fucking found. Oh, it's just something totally reasonable. Oh yeah, except when it's not, and then you're nowhere to be found. That's how the majority of us experience that politically correct reality you're talking about. Complete madness. Basically an idea that the more an individual is unable to premise their substantive humanity, the more that they're oppressed. Sorry, I reject that. That's not Marxist. And I don't care if that means ableism or transphobia or homophobia, whatever the fuck it wants to mean for you. I reject that fundamentally. No, I'm sure there was a lot of cool shit in the Library of Baghdad. I'm just trying to say that it wasn't this loss. It wasn't the loss that they make it out to be. Because anything truly worthwhile will manifest itself in reality somehow. Any of the books that were lost in the Library of Baghdad, I mean, I'm sure a lot of treasures were lost. You're right, right? But ultimately, for them to actually be something worthwhile, they have to have already manifested themselves in reality somehow. I don't believe that the key to civilization lies in books. To me, the key of civilization lies in the real civilization itself. And good books are just people who articulate that well. And there's a lot of talented authors whose articulations and knowledge was lost. But does that mean the civilization itself was lost? No, I think that's idealist. Just think that's wrong. They had history worth a millennium. Yeah, that's another thing that sucks. History was lost. But Hegel said history is a blank page. Hegel said history is a blank page. I think all of the good things in libraries are reproduced and are on other libraries. If it's only in one library, I mean, how important could it really be? If there's a form of knowledge that's literally only in one library and it's not being reproduced in any other texts or any other books anywhere else, how important could it really be? Is there like a secret to the ancient Egyptians that was in the Library of Alexandria? Well, it wasn't a secret that was astounding enough for anyone to have recorded it elsewhere. That's the problem, right? That's the issue. Like, the Library of Alexandria had such a huge secret, someone would have been able to take note of it, and maybe they just didn't read it. I don't know. Maybe there was shit no one read. So I can admit that. Maybe there's just shit no one read, but I don't know. You know? It's one of those things. It's one of those things. But what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say specifically? Like, it sucks, but it also sucks in modernity how, you know, millions died of starvation during the Russian Civil War. It also sucks that people died during collectivization. I mean, that wasn't just libraries, that was people, right? Those things suck, but what's your point is what I'm trying to say. The Mongols were bad, Haas. No, that's a meaningless statement. That's a normative statement that has no practical significance. Therefore, it's meaningless. The question isn't if they're good or bad, but what they meant for history. It wasn't just libraries being destroyed. It was also the basis for an alternative modernity. But Haas, the Mongols did bad shit, okay? Are you a child? I'm not telling you that they're like it's a K-pop band that you should stan. That's not what I'm not saying it's a K-pop group that you should stan. I'm saying you should recognize the determinate nature of modernity's origins. It's like, what is your point? Like, get over it. The destruction of knowledge is part of history. Just get over it. Like, what do you want me to do with that? It's part of history. That's part of life. Is it bad when a little bunny gets eaten by a fucking fox? Yeah, it's bad. There's nothing we can do about it. Should we seek to preserve libraries in the future? Of course. But I can't go back in time and save the Library of Baghdad. I can't impose that view on people in the past. So what do you want me to do? I can't go tell Genghis Khan, I can't go tell Hulagu Khan, yo, Hulagu, can you, like, not burn the library, man? Thanks, man. Appreciate it. It'd be super cool if you just don't burn this library, man. Be super cool. Inner Asian modernity existed before the Mongols. It's called the Rus Khaganate. Yeah, let me also be clear about something. The Mongol modernity does not really have an origin. This is another weird thing about it. It doesn't, like, begin anywhere, right? It only culminates in the Mongol Empire. But it has an almost eternal history. It goes back infinitely into the past. It's an ontological aspect of humanity that's always been there. At least beginning with the history of the steppes. At least beginning with the history of the steppes. Jackson sent you? Oh, he rated. What up, Jackson? What up, guys? Thank you for the raid, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yo, give me a sec. Yeah, I was just getting into some good stuff. Just getting into some good stuff. It's kind of like modernity. Modernity has no origins, right? Has no fundamental, discrete cause. It's something that was always in the process of culminating into what it became.
Good morning, Revolution.
That makes sense. Thank you, Emirio. And Neatfeet added such... I didn't even know you could do that. Neatfeet added such a cool thing. Yeah, reminder, I'm banned from Streamlabs and banned from... I'm banned from Streamlabs. I'm banned from Stream Elements. All for what? For what? We don't know. We should probably do a space, Twitter space, right? I'll do a Twitter space. But let me see if there's someone in the show queue that wants to debate first. Okay, this guy just wants to debate. Hello? Yeah, what is it?
About your reading of the Marxist, end of
Press it or
history,
sip and lean.
and I
Thanks,
actually
Sean.
really appreciate. I really appreciate your take, but I really see it as an eccentric reading of Marx, and that's the thing that I suspect. I feel like you have a shell game going on where you claim that Marxist-Leninism is the fourth position, but you go way beyond Marx to the point where you can't say that. Like, you want to have the Marxist aesthetics without the Marxist baggage, which makes sense as why you think it's the fourth position, but I feel like you have to go beyond Marx. So I kind of wrote my comment in the show requests. So, according to Juhas, the point of Marxist history is to ride modernity to its end and watch as technological forces eradicate tradition and all its limits, bonds, and obligations that it sets on humanity. so that we could freely return to it later and understand its importance. And I would say that I don't think Marx would agree with that. I think he wouldn't be sad to see them go. To Marx, traditions like culture, region, or religion, nation, etc., are relics of outdated modes of production. They unnecessarily divine mankind, and they prevent man from realizing their commonality as species being and fully realizing the full productive potential of mankind. So, like from Marx's view, once they're gone, there's no reason to return to it, unless there are idealistic, essentialist, and supernatural reasons for validity, which Marx rejects, by saying that, man creates religion. I mean, if you believe in
Thank you,
religion,
Sean Hazley.
Sipped so much lean I couldn't.
Go ahead.
like if you 100% believe in religion, then you believe that, God created the universe, and then a chain of events has gone on ever since.
Okay. So most of what you're talking about is from the perspective of culture. Okay. And you say the point of Marx's history is to ride modernity to the end and watch as the technological forces eradicate traditions. So just to be clear, it's not so much that it eradicates tradition as much as it eradicates the previous grounding of those traditions. Where before they're somehow grounded in everyday intuitions and mores and customs, everyday things. They're now, that grounding has somehow been upset, and somehow the grounding of our humanity becomes bounded up with this seemingly abstract, cruel, universal object of singularity, right? The universal state, and so on and so on. So the question is, how can those things be rediscovered after this cruelty of modernity, basically? Not so much that everything just gets destroyed as much as it gets displaced, right? So you think that Marx would not agree with that. The problem is that Marx's humanism already implies this. Because from Marx's humanism, the notion of man, universal humanity, right? Just human, that itself is analogous to particular humanity, as the same way that the modern state is to all the things you described, traditional culture, yada, yada, yada. So Marx's specific humanism accepts the universality of man, and yet uses this abstract universality as the launching pad with which to delve into real humanity, of which he does not make any presumptions or claims. In other words, Marx offers a different view of modernity. For Marx, modernity does not have to be destruction for its own sake. This destruction, this leveling, can be a launching pad with which culture and traditions and yada, yada, yada can be rediscovered. What Marx elects to rediscover within the realm of knowledge through the science of man, it also logically follows that society must discover its own particular humanity in the form of its particular cultures and traditions after modernity. You don't have to take my word for it, because that's actually what happened in the Soviet Union and now China.
But there lies the problem. You talk about a rediscovering of humanity, and that's already a very Platonic way of viewing things. I guess the way to kind of use a framework in mathematics, there's a debate between whether mathematics is invented or is it discovered. Or mathematical truth is true because they lie in some sort of abstract immaterial realm. They're always true, and you just have to just find the right answer. Or are they created constructs that just somehow just continue to work? And I think that's the biggest problem with the materialism of Marx, because you can't really take traditions with you once they're gone. Once they're gone, the essence is no longer known. Like there's the whole thing in a whole thing among historians where they would kill to just go back in time and live for a 10 seconds walking down like the avenues of Rome, instead of having to deal with even
Sean,
documentary evidence and everything.
To cut you off for a second, are you saying that in your view humanity is invented and not discovered?
No, I think the problem is that there is there's an immaterial like realm of the good, form of the good, and that has to be discovered. The thing is, we don't know it for sure. We have to
Sure,
discover
but
it
if
as
if
we go
it's
along.
truly immaterial and it has to be discovered, why? How could, upon losing a tradition, you cannot rediscover it again? Because it's
Well,
still
I think
there. It's
tradition is more.
immaterial and it's eternal, right?
Well, I think tradition is something that is it's more of a form of perennial wisdom suited to adapt to the time, to a particular time and place. Like if you look at all traditions, it's based off of a particular revelation at a particular period of time. Like this is when it comes to religion. If you look at cultures, well, it's bound to a geographical location which has its own unique
Okay.
pressures or materials or there's there are multiple ways of doing things, and like life is difficult. You need to up with solutions to things, or just ways of passing the time, sharing in one's humanity and or celebrating what's important in life. And then you take that, you create your traditions, and then the best traditions tend to survive over time, and eventually they outlive their purpose. The thing is, traditions are actually quite they change significantly over time, but there is a spirit that remains
Yeah, that's fine. But
within those
sorry, we
traditions.
just gotta make this a little faster. Like, what? So just to bring this back to the point, if traditions are rooted in something immaterial and eternal, how is it that they can be completely forgotten with modernity? And that means that there's no opportunity to rediscover them.
Well, I think this is the key points where I get really concerned with a reliance on Marx, because with Marx, the most, like, I guess you could say, the superlative traditions, which is religion. Those are he outright states that they are created by mankind, which means that, well, they are quite
They are.
arbitrary, and you could say not true.
They are created by mankind.
Then what's the substance of them?
Every priest will agree that they're created by mankind. You want to prove it? Tell a priest we don't have to observe religious practices anymore. And will the religion survive? Of course it won't. We do create religion
I mean, we can sustain religion, but what is the ultimate grounding of religion?
in human practices, of course.
No, it's in God, or the supernatural, the
How are
divine.
those? Okay, first of all, the supernatural is another story, but you say God. How are those incompatible perspectives? God can only be given. He can only be worshipped by man, from man's as far as man is concerned, right? So of course man makes religion.
Well, it's not. It's only one side of the story in the sense that man has to be there to receive the revelation, but whether we continue to practice it or not, that's pretty much
Yeah,
up
but
to
religion
us.
isn't revelation. Religion is the way in which revelation is received and obeyed and related to by people.
I think that's the main problem with Marx then, because once all those ways of carrying on revelation are discarded with, you're pretty much left with what is the final end of mankind to strive for? What exactly grounds the human experience? What grounds human nature as sacred? I think there's this to call to call to call communism conservative. It's not conserving anything in the sense that it's hoping that once everything is all said and done, once the damage has been done, it can all be rebuilt. And I think there's just no guarantee to that. Maybe it could be.
You're
Maybe it could
misunderstanding
be.
what I'm saying. I am not saying everything gets destroyed and then rebuilt. I'm saying everything gets regrounded and then rediscovered. And it gets rediscovered because it gets proven that this very destruction is part of the perennial tradition itself. It gets discovered as a moment within the tradition. It's filled with actual content. My point is, modernity is not inherently disposed to any permanent revolution or permanent overthrow of tradition and culture. What it specifically does is establish, let's just condense it in this view, the universal state. Then when the universal state is called to be filled with some kind of content, suddenly all of these things that were displaced settle back into place. So it's more of a settling back into place rather than complete destruction and then accidental reconstruction.
I guess it depends on how far this train ride goes until the resettlement happens, because I guess
What
I think that's
you're
something
talking
many people
about
don't know.
isn't modernity. It's what Dugan would refer to as the quote unquote post-modernity of like now with all of this LGBT whatever. Like that's what you're thinking of in your head. How far is this train gonna go? But you've, I think, have made the mistake of establishing an unabridged continuity between modernity as such and then the present day. But even Dugan recognized a discontinuity. Something happens in the so-called post-modernity where there's this kind of self-foreclosing of modernity, which does not happen in Marxism or communism.
Well, yeah, I guess the whole point of modernity is to try to rationalize of human history, human politics, where we're heading, why we should be heading there, in a ground that is not supernatural, that is not ordained by God. It's just like humanity taking
So what do you
the
mean
reins of the
by
wheel and going. And
supernatural?
postmodernity is just like nothing actually making any sort of sense. Everything is quite arbitrary, and thus we're watching the destruction of things as we know it.
So what do you mean by supernatural?
Well, the things that we can't necessarily explain, like where we come from, why, what exactly determines morality at the end of the day. And I don't mean in the sense of like the practices that are seen as good. I'm talking about what is actually good,
So do you think those
or the
things
afterlife.
do you think those things can't be understood or just they can't be explained? Ergo, they can't be reduced to some premise or first cause that we know.
I don't think they can be reduced to any sort of natural causes, and I don't think they can be fully attained
Well, Marxism
through
agrees.
reason.
Marxism does not even believe in this mechanistic idea of cause and effect. So Marxism agrees with that. Marxism believes that while we can understand these things, we can't ultimately reduce them to some cause. That's also a Marxist view. We can understand things, and we can understand the development of things, and we can understand determining elements that form things, but we can't locate what all of that can be reduced to. That is something that's not buried in the past, but from the Marxist perspective, reveals itself from the future. So, for example, the cause of humanity's origin is not something we discover in the past, like some event that's the origin of life on Earth. I mean, maybe for natural science, whatever, but Marxism doesn't say that. Marx says humanity discovers its cause from the future, from a future perspective. Like by, for example, participating in the communist revolution, we are discovering our true cause. But we're not doing that when we locate some dogmatic premise in the past.
I guess perhaps maybe to get to the crux of the matter here, what concerns me the most about Marx and Marxist theory is his focus on liberation, emancipation, and you could say positive liberty, because it seems that his the way he frames history is it's all about escaping necessity. Like first we were cavemen, or hunter gatherers, uh, afflicted by the necessity provided by nature, as in nature is the first and most terrible slaver, because you have hunger, thirst, the elements, wild animals, natural disasters, and so on. leading to the formation of societies. I'm sure you know that. Primitive societies, more complex societies, guilds, the industrial era. Now here we are, and of course, the whole point of a Marxist revolution is to eventually um, surpass that limit to actually have control the means of production, to actually realize a complete form of human personality and discover what
But
the purpose of human nature is.
I
But
don't I
I
don't know
don't
if
really.
that's really accurate, because you don't reduce necessity. Necessity remains as necessity. Necessity is necessity. Freedom is insight into necessity and nothing more. What does change, what does amount to some kind of progress for Marx, is the extent to which mankind's subsistence is dependent on factors not so much outside of their control, but outside of their intercourse, outside of their involvement, outside of their labor, and outside of their activity. And the Bible says what? It says, be fruitful and multiply. So human beings being able to produce more wealth, to ensure that less of us die, to ensure that we can have more offspring and more children, to ensure that we can develop our human and creative powers to the fullest extent, to ensure that we can even have the time to study things like the Bible and develop our literary and be cultured and understand religion and dedicate time to whatever. Like, this ability to do that, I think, is consistent with the values of at least the religions I'm familiar with, which want to promote human prosperity. Be fruitful and multiply.
Yeah, actually, I agree with that. I was about to point to Genesis. I was about to say, yeah, that sounds like it's mirroring the story of the Garden of Eden quite well, which is, I think, an interesting story about how we first didn't really have freedom, in the sense that we just listened to God, and then we decided to explore freedom, by biting from the fruit of good and evil, and now we have to kind of return to that Garden of Eden. Try to act, because now that we're afflicted with sin and we're mortal and we have all these flaws and we're afflicted by concerns from nature. Well, how do you overcome nature? How do you overcome each other until we can actually go back to that Garden of Eden and actually live a flourishing and enriching human life as possible? It's that's actually a very interesting exegesis of the Bible and of Marx. I just don't think I'm not convinced that Marx would agree with that, though. If you could point me in any
Well, let me tell you the problem. Marx did not really dedicate a lot of time to religion, more so as he did to those who professed to engage in the critique of religion. So Marx's basic view was, I'll just read it out here. Hegel, for example, only conceives religion as the estrangement of, yes, man's essential powers. But for Hegel, this only takes the form of man conceived as mind and as thoughts. So Marx is saying, for Hegel, religion somehow alienates us from our humanity, or it's somehow separate from our humanity. But Marx says, for Hegel, our humanity only takes the form of mind, of knowledge, right? The tree of knowledge that Eve bit, right? So Hegel allows himself to privilege philosophy and thought over religion, because for him, religion is estranged from man only in the form of the mind. Now, the post-Hegelians run wild with this, and Marx deals with that. And then Feuerbach also kind of comes and says, religion is the estrangement of man, right? It's the alienation of man. It's nothing more, but he reduces it to man. He does more than what Hegel does. Marx says religion is the estrangement of man, but man in his actual reality. Now, this disprivileging of concepts and thoughts and the mind and knowledge means that the difference between religion as it is estranged, and man in his actual reality makes it so that the criticism of religion that began before, which was basically from the perspective of philosophy, and Marx himself didn't lay this out explicitly, but this is the logical conclusion, can't be sustained anymore. Now we have to have an understanding of religion that is sensuous and affectual and based not in like, this privileging of philosophy, like, oh, is religion nothing more than, a disguise for our mind? But understanding religion in terms of real material humanity. Well, I think this is fertile ground for a rediscovery of divinity and the divine. Because, after all, since materiality is not something we can reduce to thoughts, since it's not something we can reduce even to its knowledge, it exists prior to the form of its knowledge even, I think divinity and materiality can be reconciled. Man in his actual reality and religion seem to contradict one another in the same way that the authentic and raw religious revelation might contradict established philosophical or clerical interpretations, as they did for Christ's own life.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. I mean, I've been exploring the thought of the philosopher Leo Strauss, who basically his entire life's project is about the conflict between revelation and philosophy, which eventually he says you can't really deal with
My basic
revel-
position here is that Marx is on the side of revelation in that dispute.
it does sound a little bit speculative, but I can see how it works.
I mean, like religion then becomes for Marx a kind of memory, a kind of intuitive, affectual, revelatory memory of some deeper, more fundamental reality, right? It's no longer reduced to like some axiological proposition or anything like that, like we get it from philosophy. So I think, like, that's why I think Marxism is ultimately compatible with religion in its everyday reality, its intuitive reality. I just don't think it's compatible with religion taken as a form of philosophy. Religion expounded into philosophy is incompatible with Marxism. But religion in its raw sense of the religion of revelation, that is compatible with Marxism, fully, in my view. Because revelatory religion does not make assumptions or claims about the, let's call them, logical and metaphysical and rational implications. It's based on feeling, and it's based on a type of perception of forms that cannot be rationalized into thought. When we talk about the various forms of the Christian religion, right? Let's just say about the circumstances of the virgin birth, the miracles created by Christ, the various ceremonies and practices, the Eucharist, the baptism. Those aren't really things you rationalize as much as you do because they somehow are meaningful to you, right? Now, why are they meaningful to you is something you leave open. You don't make assumptions. I think that's why it's compatible with Marxism. It's almost like it's similar to culture and art, right? Actually, Hegel does relate religion and art directly.
Yeah, I mean, he basically takes a line from Plato by saying that it's it's the madness of the poets, or the revelation of the poets, and just just churning out, like you can say what is true in on its for its own sake, which is which is the thing about revelation. Philosophy is an investigation. We start somewhere uncertain, we end somewhere uncertain, and revelation is supposed to be something that it is what it is. You can try to rationalize around it and so on. But I want to kind of return one last point about the point you brought up about religion being intuitive. The only and the only way we can perceive religion or revelation to be true, it's hard to just reduce that to something that's entirely materialistic, I guess. I sense that this is where you were criticizing, confusing Marx's materialism with physicalism, and I'm sure you can correct me here after I've made my point. But I have a hard time understanding how perception or ideas or can be reduced to mere matter, to mere neurons firing, to mere sensory experience. This is kind of a long-standing debate within the philosophical tradition, rationalism versus empiricism. I guess and also whether do the ideas come first? Does the inspiration and the imagination and the drive come first, or do the material circumstances come first? To me, even that in itself is a dialectic that remains uncertain, and it seems that ideas tend to have the pull, though matter, the materialistic constructs cannot be ignored. But if materialism seems to be true in a deterministic effect, then it almost robs. It kind of seems to siphon out what is moral, what ought to be done, whether humans have agency. I mean, that's the way I understood it.
I know that Zoltanius guy claimed Marx was a physicalist, but he's a liar. He just lies about things and pulls them out of his ass. So Marx is not a physicalist per se. When he talks about matter, he's not actually referring to a specific form of matter. Right? He's just talking about matter as such. So how matter is organized can only be as complicated and, can only be as, let's just call it, active as the idea which reflects it. So it's not like you reduce the idea, something with great depth and meaning and whatever, to something simple and base and meaningless. If an idea has meaning, its material reality is really the meaning. It does have meaning, basically. There is meaning in the real for Marx. That's his whole humanism rests on that idea. And he doesn't reduce ideas to material reality, although he does say ideas reflect material reality. That can only be possible if material reality is sufficiently, let's call it, ideal. If material reality has the essence of the idea in it already. That makes sense. And material for Marx does mean content. It means basically the content of the idea. So you can take a given idea, which is basically a form, and then Marx will ask, what is its content? What is it, basically? How is it? As he put it in his first premises of materialist method. How is it? This is how you investigate the deeper content and material reality. It's not accomplished by setting up some substance as supreme and then reducing the idea to that substance. That's putting the cart before the horse.
So that actually gets into a very interesting critique of Marxist history, because if you think about matter and form from the Aristotelian point of view, both being key parts of what makes up a thing, what is its essence, matter and form, matter being, you could say, the Marxist side, and form being, you could say, maybe the Hegelian side. Marx would talk about what it is, how it is, but it doesn't seem as if that form of analysis can tell you what it should be. And that's the key point that I think that concerns me the most about a materialistic analysis.
For Marx,
backwards.
For Marx, it's again about it's, you have to remember his materialism is dialectical. So freedom is insight into necessity. Form is not separate. Form is unified with content. But for Marx, that unity is itself material. And it goes on like a recursive structure. Like, the unity of form and content can either be formal or material. For Marx, it's material. Which I think basically refers to an openness to the divine. If form and content, their unity, is formal, that means the divine can be reduced to some limited form of our understanding.
I guess that's the key issue here. I mean, it works, but only in the sense that you have to wait for the dialectic to play itself out before you understand what actually works. It seems that there is no foresight that can happen with that kind of approach, because the idea is projection into the
Even if
future.
there is a foresight based on wisdom, which I think religion is, that foresight cannot account for the way in which it will happen. So let's say, for example, we believe in the Bible. There's a great deal of which the Bible will not tell us. We have to always have this hermeneutic where we are thrown into these realities the Bible did not directly talk about, and we have to rediscover the wisdom through reality itself. I don't think there's a point in religious text where you could just isolate it and say, okay, here I stand, and then set that against reality. I think it always has to be rediscovered through a reality that the text will not apparently directly account for. Only later you'll see how it accounted for. Only later do you see the divine wisdom. You don't know divine wisdom first. It reveals itself in reality. It's not beheld first, you know? That would make us like God, you know?
I think there's maybe one last question before I sign off, but this has been a great conversation. When it comes to ought questions, like how should we proceed? What is the right thing to do? What is the perfection of mankind? Because it seems that perfectibility is such a common theme in human history. How does Marx exactly approach that? Because it's hard to really get a good answer of what morality is from most Marxists, except a product of times, a certain kind of superstructure unique to the heyday of to the moments to a particular time and places, modes of production, whatever it's determined by that, a reflection of that. So, what is your how do you think Marx accounts for that kind of for
To me,
morality that is
I
the objective?
I would decide to reintegrate morality within the sphere of aesthetics, which means morality is that sphere of, let's just call it, the will. It's the space and room where will counts. And will precisely counts in that determinate sphere of form, where form matters, right? We're giving expression to an insight into the unity of content and form matters. Art, for example. So, to me, morality belongs to the realm of aesthetics. Morality is about where in this unfolding of material reality and material being, we are called to draw out form. And this
I really like that answer, because I was just thinking about this a while. When everything is rendered, when all the things that were seen as virtuous are rendered unnecessary, why should someone, go and lift weights? Why should someone dress well? Why should someone go out of their way to do something to help somebody out in their time of need when a machine could just do it just as well? Why even relive the elements of humanity that we've experienced for thousands of years in its various forms that will eventually be outdated? My only answer to that question, besides just surrendering to this path towards transhumanism, is just aesthetics. The aesthetic of the human condition as we've known it throughout time immemorial. But what can a materialist aesthetics be? Like, what is that? Like, what exactly is a materialist aesthetics? Because that always seems as like an ideal thing, something that almost comes as a revelatory thing. It's an imaginative thing. Maybe it's inspired by the past, but you're creating something new, something that may have never been realized before. It seems to be an ideal process that happens. What are your thoughts?
To me, of course, it's an ideal process, but if the aesthetic is truly revelatory, then it's going to draw from, it's going to, let's just say, receive the calling of a material object. Like something in material reality that does not have form needs to be given form through our will. That's to me where there's a materialist aesthetics.
But in that case, it seems that form comes first. It has to lead the charge in a sense.
No, it's form is just the way in which we draw out the discontinuities within material reality.
Well, yeah, it's basically taking all that we know materially,
Form is
abstracting from it.
Form is the how should I put it? I phrased this directly before. Form is the way in which across the discontinuities of reality, they are themselves. Hold on, let me just hold on, let me pull up. Sorry, give me a second. Give me 1 second.
No worries.
Because there is a specific way that I would put this. That I have put this. Let me just get this PDF. Okay. Okay, here it is. This is what I wrote. So, form is but the instance of the object where it can be posited across the particular discontinuities of reality by thought. So it is this positing of the object, the material object itself, across the particular discontinuities by thought, that is what form is. Positing this object would then merely refer to the way in which we give expression to the way in which it is separate from us or discontinuous from us. which is of course implied by thought itself, the reflecting upon reality, material reality. So basically, for me, form just refers to the way in which we try to give expression to material objective reality in general across its particular discontinuities. That's how I put it. So when we are faced with these, let's call them material discontinuities, we are called to relate them to material objectivity in general, or at least the highest extent of our ability to comprehend it.
It just seems like an insufficient answer for understanding how new modes of living, how new aesthetics that also seem to be grounded in what was in the in the material realities of the past. It just seems like it's putting the cart before the horse, because you you usually don't go out to create with just materials. You go out to create with a blueprint in mind.
Yes. That is within the realm of memory, right? That's going to be within the realm of something we can remember. Language is probably the biggest example of this remembering of form, right?
But what about imagination?
But what happens during imagination is basically that we attempt. How do I put this in a way that makes sense? Because when I say thought, I'm already being too greedy with what I'm able to work with. Like just for purposes of clarifying, right? Because then I'd have to explain thought too. But for me, imagination is obviously constrained with what you can work with, right? So the moment of novelty within the imagination, the moment where you can imagine something new, that is to me a singular moment. It's not like imagination has this unlimited capacity. To me, every instance in which we can arrive at some novel form through the device of imagination is a unique encounter with material reality.
It's really strange if you think about it, though, because it almost seems as if we can't create anything new, because new that we create and it has to be predicated on what we already know, what we've already experienced, what material conditions we've already lived through. So it's almost
No,
like a limiting
uh,
factor in itself.
no, there can definitely be new things as far as we're concerned. There can be new forms. It's just that there cannot be new realities, right? But we don't know what reality is, just like we don't know what divinity is. It's almost like if you want to think about it this way, of course there cannot be new divinities, but there can be new forms of revelation. Still one divinity, sure, but how do we understand that divinity? Well, only through the new revelations, of which there, of course, can be new ones. And why are there new ones? Well, there's new ones because the prior revelations were not able to satisfy the requirements of mankind's relation to the divine in a new era or in a new circumstance.
I'm going to have to maybe at some point return in a future stream whenever it's appropriate. But thank you for taking the time. It's getting pretty late to try to reconcile Marx and Hegel, but I was impressed. I enjoyed this conversation with you.
Yeah, thank you. See you later. What a fun stream. What a fun stream. And I have so much shit open. I have so much shit open. And I'm closing it all now. So what did we take away from before the debate, guys? What did we take away about that Zoltanius guy? He's a fucking idiot and a fraud, who's wrong about almost everything that they say. They don't know or understand anything. Oh, okay. There was some shit from the CPUSA where like they're talking about abolishing the Republican Party. Should it be made illegal? Said should we make illegal the Republican Party? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. I feel like some ominous thing is missing. I feel like I'm missing something ominous, something bad. Yeah, the guy Zoltanius. Yo, Amirio, thank you so much. So yeah, the debate offer is still there. You know. So what can we take away from this, right? He's a fucking idiot. He claimed to critique my Substack without reading it. Within the Substack itself, I made very clear. I mean, I said things that would render all of the arguments he tried to make really fucking stupid. He didn't actually make an argument against anything I actually said. He just took a paragraph out of context when I literally addressed whatever argument he was trying to make in his video in the Substack itself that he spent all this time trying to critique. So yeah, he took a big fucking L. He took a big fucking L. That much is very clear. So I'm looking at his fucking profile right now. Let's check this out. He's saying, Zolt, you watching Haas right now? Nah. His point is that Dugin doesn't get Marxism. No, that's not my point. Maybe that was my original point in the Substack, but my point is that Zoltanius doesn't understand Haas, okay? Or Dugin or Marxism for that matter, as a consequence. LMAO, he took the L. How? Look, this is why we call him Squidward Tentacope. If you watched my thorough dismantling and destruction of that fucking video and think I took the L, I don't know what fucking video you just watched. I didn't say that Dugin agrees with my interpretation of Marxism. Nowhere in my Substack is that implied. I say the opposite. I say for Dugin, Marxism is only taken within the limited sense of, I mean, just read it. Just fucking read it. Like, holy shit. The Brahmins of democracy. Just fucking read it. It's all you gotta do. I go over, the problem is Dugin, whether he believes it or not, doesn't mean the materialism of Marx. If I took the L, that would be like I'm saying this in a new way. Zolt, you fucking idiot. This is what I originally said. How did I take the L when this is what I originally said? From the thing that you're claiming to form a response to, this is what I originally said. I'm not saying this now and taking an L and conceding that, actually, Dugin, I concede Dugin, on face value, rejects Marxism. No, that's something I clearly evinced a clear understanding of, and I even explained it because, one, Marxism-Leninism was never rendered into the terms of modern philosophy. It's typical that Soviet Marxism-Leninism, when rendered in the name of philosophy, is taken in French. This is all part of the paradoxical elliptical structure of archaeo-modernity that I talked about. Or it's part of the same fucking thing. Yeah, the challenge to a debate is still there. Otherwise, this dude's just gonna keep coping. Just gonna keep coping. Putting words in my fucking mouth and creating a straw man that wasn't there. Oh yeah, and this guy said I skipped almost all of his video. No, the overwhelming majority, if not all of that video, was covered in my previous stream. Because I also went through that Substack and responded to all that dumb bullshit. Every point in that video that I didn't cover today was in the responding to the CPUSA chapter video. You want to go see my critique of the rest of the video? Go watch that other stream I did. I already responded to it. Not even going to respond to this shit. There you go.
Danger.
Hold on, it seems like he responded to my comment as well. Fucking pussy.
Zolt is discount New Frontier USA.
Did you guys let me see. Damn, only one person commented from us. Damn. But let's check this out. You haven't even watched the full video. Yeah, I responded to the other one in full. This one has nothing new. Anything you want new, bring it to a fucking debate, you pussy. If there's something I didn't address that's in this video, you should have no trouble debating me about it, you fucking pussy. The entire video was responded to in full in a previous stream, as far as every substantive point that was made. If you think there's something still missing, go tell Squidward Tentacope to debate me on it. He should have no trouble doing that thing. Fucking dumbass. What a cigarette community, bunch of fucking cigarettes. It's over for you. Does it mean these people look like leftists? Like, what the fuck is this? You didn't address them or to justify your liberal humanism. Okay, where is there a humanism part of this video? I don't get it. Where's the humanism part? Right here? The French Revolution part, is that it? Rousseau, Kant, and Hegel from Chris Courtron, the platypus guy. Well, the burden is not me to respond to your argument about liberal humanism. The burden is on you to respond to the way I've talked about Marx's humanism time and time again, and the way I've differentiated that from bourgeois and liberal humanism. Liberal humanism is universalist and idealist. Marxist humanism is not. He takes one quote from what? Chris Courtron to say that Marx is a liberal humanist? How? Marx, this is not Marx. None of these people are Marx himself. Because it was a result of human agency that caused the entire country to reject accumulated experience. Okay, just because this guy's saying that doesn't mean it's fucking true. Okay, this is going beyond that. So this specific section where he's talking about the continuity of the French Revolution to Marxism is what he's talking about. I've talked about that. I mean, I talked about it in my speech in the CPI. I've talked about that a year ago when I talked about the French Revolution and its significance, the left, right, and so on and so on. I talked about how Robespierre was a kind of neo-traditionalist. But I digress. I've been there and done that, bitch. You have nothing new. You have nothing new. Nothing new whatsoever. Literally nothing new. Yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with how things went. Yeah, I mean, I just, what else is there? That whole community should be destroyed by now. Like I don't know how you could be like a thought leader or an influencer, go through the absolute thrashing that I just subjected you to and still have a fucking community. So I don't know what else is there, really? What the fuck else is there? there are deeper criticisms to be made if you have the imagination. There's no deeper criticisms to be made whatsoever. I mean, I could talk more about what Dugin means by logos and how this radically differs from the idealism that Marx was dealing with. I could talk more about Marx's humanism and his materialism, but it's like, he hasn't given me anything to work with in terms, like, to respond to. All I would be doing is just educating you about shit. I wouldn't be able to fucking respond to anything because this dumb fuck hasn't made any arguments. He hasn't made any specific arguments. You didn't make any arguments to justify my liberal humanism. You didn't make any arguments, Zoltanius. All you did was point out the obvious continuity between the French Revolution and communism, and I addressed the significance of that in the prior stream when I was addressing what your fucking friend said. So, yeah, I did fucking address that argument, which wasn't even really an argument at all, because in my video about communism is conservative, I already addressed that. You didn't respond to anything I've said, ergo you have no argument. Your entire premise was that the definition of materialism didn't match Dugin's. If that's true, retard, Tariq, if that's fucking true, then Zolt should have responded to that. Because that is very clear in my Substack. That's not my entire premise as far as this video is concerned. That was the entire premise of what I was talking about in my Substack. If I'm using the word materialism in an entirely different way than how Dugin is using it, then calling me a liar and saying that I'm wrong about it in this video is then meaningless. You fucking idiot. Should have been able to see that in my Substack, if that's true. Because I'm not making any new argument. I'm just telling you what I said in my Substack, which is what he's claiming to refute and respond to. Fucking dumbass. What a stupid fucking community. These turd positionists are literally mentally retarded. Literally a stupid fucking community. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate you. I don't think I'm missing anything. I think that's it. I think that's it. I think that's it. Anyway, guys, see you tomorrow.
2013, sick kick, damn, just win. For all the broken hearts that got played, what we gon' do? We gon' say goodbye. Spending my arms with you, put my trust in you. Movie tickets for two, girl, I wind you, I guide you, spend my life to find you. I was there for you when you needed me the most, but when my time came, you faded out. In the end, I should've known you were just a heartbreak. I'ma call you Medusa, cause you was just a snake.